Tonight's story is for those who aren't afraid of the dark, who stay quiet when something's watching, but can't see who's watching them. Turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and whatever you do, don't look behind you. This is your bedtime horror story. It begins now. Someone is sending me videos of myself and I don't remember them happening. It started with a link. I thought it was a scam at first. It was a text message from a hidden number. I don't know why I clicked on it. Maybe it was just curiosity. Things that are forbidden hold their own kind of appeal. Like the urge to jump off a cliff when you look over the edge. When I held my thumb over the blue words, the ape urge to leap was stronger than the little common sense I had in my teenage brain. I took the plunge. After clicking, I was redirected to a private web page with a video. I felt my shoulders tense. As I pushed play, I honestly expected some weird say thing. But it wasn't that. It was me in the video. I was walking home from school. It was dark, and I could really only make out the shadow of myself. Our street didn't have a lot of lights. I had gotten home late that day because of band practice. I could see my trumpet case swinging as I walked along my neighbor's fence. I saw myself running my hand along the smooth plastic boards and then dropping my arm to feel the tall grass that grew at its base. It was like watching a car accident. I was terrified, but I couldn't look away. The video was 5 minutes long. The camera kept on me all the way to my house and up my front porch. I saw myself open the door, then the footage cut. I showed my parents. They called the police, and it became a big scandal in our neighborhood. Everyone was on the lookout for the pervert stalker who filmed kids walking home. At one point, we had a chaperone system. No teenager was allowed outside after dark without a suitable adult present. It was annoying to everyone, including me. High school was hard enough, but now I was the kid who made everyone need a babysitter for 3 months. I was not flavor of the week with anyone at school. They never caught the person who made the video. After a few months of vigilance, they stopped keeping such a close eye on everyone. A year passed. The memory of the video started to fade from everyone's minds, even mine. Then, on the anniversary of me getting the first video, I got another link. It was déjà vu. I was a senior and had just gotten home from a graduation party. I was tired, but when I got the text, I was immediately awake. I clicked on the link faster than I should have. The video was of me at the party. It was taken from behind, so you couldn't see my face, but I recognized my shirt. It had the decal for a jazz competition I had competed in. About a minute in, I saw my shoulders shudder and me bend forward. I was laughing that I remembered that moment. My friend had told me a funny story about catching his older brother making out with his girlfriend while they were watching Sophie's Choice. I wasn't laughing about it anymore. The video went on for a bit longer. Whoever was filming got a bit closer, then the video ended. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't want a repeat of what happened last time. I tried asking my friends who had made the video. I was hoping it was just someone pulling a prank on me. No one admitted to doing it. I tried to go on with my life, but worrying about this on my own was almost worse than just fessing up and having my whole school hate me for it. Almost for 2 whole weeks, I slept with a baseball bat in my bed and felt my heart race each time I felt my phone buzz. I never walked home alone, always making sure to have a friend or 2 around me. If they thought it was weird, they didn't say anything. Time passed. No more videos came. I started to forget again. I graduated, enrolled in college, and began living on my own. I had concluded that the video was a practical joke from my friends. That decision had dulled my anxiety and allowed me to actually live my life. More time passed, and I was so focused on school, I had no time to think about the videos. That was the past, and it was done. But then the past came back. When I was studying late one night at the library, I got another anonymous text message. It was another video. I told myself this couldn't be the same person. I wasn't even living in the same state anymore. But that same curiosity was there, that same lack of common sense. My thumb trembled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. As I clicked the link, the video started. It was me in the library, studying. Whoever took the video included the wall clock behind me. I had turned to confirm what time it was. The video had been shot 5 minutes ago. I had been alone for the past hour. Who could have shot the video? I searched the area where I was studying from top to bottom. No one was there. I went over the room again, then again. 3 more times in total. Nothing. I looked for secret cameras, hidden phones. I almost considered taking out all the books from the bookshelves in case they had hidden their recording equipment there. After a frantic hour, I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. This was what they wanted. They wanted to get a rise out of me. Wasn't that the point? I couldn't give them the satisfaction. I was going to ignore this. If I didn't click on the videos, they'd get bored and move on to another person. They didn't move on. I started getting videos every month. I had self-control at first, but my stupid curiosity would inevitably lead to me clicking on the link after it had sat in my inbox for a week or two. I tried blocking the number, but it never seemed to work. More videos kept coming. As more videos were sent to me, I realized just how odd they actually were. They were never incriminatory footage, never looking in my window or peeking in on me in the bathroom like you would expect from a stalker. It was just videos of me in public places, shots of me walking to class or back to my apartment. It made the videos feel less dangerous. After a while, the videos didn't make me feel as uneasy as before. Nothing had happened, and most of the videos had been shot during the day. It stopped feeling like stalking. To be honest, the videos started to be interesting to me. I had never been popular or someone who was sought after. I was pretty average. The attention was kind of flattering. Someone was so obsessed with me, they felt the need to take time out of their day and film me. The videos made me feel like a celebrity, in a twisted sort of way. Even with all these complicated feelings, I got better at saying no. I even made it a full 2 weeks without looking at any of the links I was sent. Then, whoever was sending the videos began upping the ante. I started getting videos every 2 weeks. Again, nothing perverted, just the same candid public shots. I resisted more, and the frequency increased again. Videos arrived every week, like clockwork, then every half week, then every day, then multiple times a day. There were so many videos, and even though I tried not to, I watched them all. Somewhere along the line, it became an obsession. I had to watch those videos. I had to see what whoever was sending them saw. I wasn't even hesitating when the links came to me. I just clicked. On them, it began to feel normal to get them. The videos became almost helpful. I had always been a little self-conscious, always worrying about what other people thought of me. With the videos, I could finally see what other people saw. I didn't like what the videos showed me. I started to change things. I changed how I swung my arms when I walked, because in one video, I thought it looked stupid. I changed the depth of my voice because in another video, I thought my voice sounded high and nasally. I stopped wearing graphic t-shirts because in another video, I could see some girls laughing at me. I began to study the videos, watch them multiple times. I watched them so much, I began to dream of myself in the third person. There was one video I received of a conversation I had with a friend. I watched it 12 times just to gauge my friend's reaction to a joke. I wanted to judge if it was a real laugh or just a pity laugh. After that video, the uploader started recording more of my conversations. It was like they knew I needed more. It was like scrolling on social media, except every post, every video was for me. It was all for my betterment, my perfecting. I started to feel grateful to the uploader. I was becoming the person who I always wanted to be. Then the first weird video came. I received the link at lunchtime. I was at Taco Bell, eating a chalupa. My phone buzzed. I saw the link and clicked on it without hesitation. I was excited for the new upload. The excitement turned to confusion. It took me a moment to understand what I was seeing. Normally, the videos appeared only moments after they had been filmed. It was good that way. I could immediately critique my actions. This video wasn't filmed at lunchtime. It had been filmed at night. Video-me was looking away from the camera. I stood in front of an empty canal, staring off into the distance. No one was around me. The only illumination came from an orange street lamp off in the distance. There were 15 seconds of me just staring. Then the video cut. It took me a moment to realize why it frightened me so much. I didn't remember being there last night. I didn't remember being there any night. I searched my brain. Yesterday, I had been at home in the evening. Same with the day previous. Every night that week, I hadn't left my apartment from the hours of 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. I had been busy re-watching my videos. I watched it again. Maybe this was months ago. Maybe I had taken a midnight walk and I hadn't remembered it. I knew I was lying to myself. I never went on midnight walks. I loved my sleep. I was the kind of person who went to bed early and slept late. It unsettled me, but an hour later, another video came. This one was normal. Me, in public, eating lunch. I relaxed. I wrote the weird video off a one-time thing. I forgot all about it and started watching my new video to figure out how to chew like a cool person. Over the next few weeks, more weird videos showed up in my inbox. These uploads always showed me in out-of-place locations at night. I didn't recognize any of them. At first it was just train tracks, dark roads, forested areas. Then I started showing up in abandoned buildings and in people's backyards. I never remembered doing any of those things. The honeymoon phase was over. The videos were becoming frightening again. It was Russian roulette. Every time I clicked on a link, would it be one I remembered or one I didn't? But I kept clicking. I had to have those videos. I tried to solve the situation as best I could. I filmed myself at night to see if I was sleepwalking. I pored over hours of footage, but I never saw myself leave my apartment. My grades started slipping. I felt tired all the time. I got more and more weird videos of me being out and about at night, eventually. It became a 50-50 shot each time I clicked the link, whether the video would be one that I remembered or one that I didn't. I kept pulling the trigger. I couldn't stop. I thought about telling people, but I was afraid. What would they think? How do you even begin to explain something like this? And how was I going to explain why I had let it go so long? I tried to justify the strange videos. Nothing wrong was happening, nothing illegal or bad. It was just videos of me at night. I told myself I was being paranoid about the whole thing. It wasn't hurting me, it wasn't hurting anybody. That made it okay, right? Then the last upload came. It was at night. I was lying in bed, trying to read a book for one of the many classes I was failing. The notification came onto my screen, and I felt a sudden drop in my stomach. I had never gotten one so late before, not since the first video so many years ago. It looked like every other text in the chain, but this one was strangely ominous. Something about it was different, off. I hovered over the link for a moment longer than usual. A moment passed. I pressed down with my thumb. I was redirected to the private page. I saw the new video. It was an hour long. I hesitated for a moment, then pressed the play button. The video began with me standing in front of a house with its porch lights out. It was on a dark street in a suburban neighborhood. It took a moment, and then I recognized where I was. It was my parents' house. On the video, I was still for a long time, just looking. Then I walked towards the porch, was surreal watching it. I hadn't been home in months. Video me reached under the doormat and pulled out the spare key. He unlocked the front door and walked inside. He closed the door behind him, throwing the room into darkness. His shadowy form went into the kitchen and started to search the cupboards. I couldn't tell what he was looking for. He was quiet and thorough, methodical. He stopped searching, put some items I couldn't see in his pockets, and then went upstairs. He skipped the creaky steps I knew to avoid when I was a teenager. My mouth went numb. He stopped outside my parents' room. He silently opened their door and looked inside. On the video, I saw my parents sleeping. The camera zoomed in on them for a moment. Video me stared at them for a long time. I pleaded silently for them to wake up. They continued to sleep. Video me left my parents and went downstairs, avoiding the creaky step again. He entered the garage and began rummaging around my dad's tool bench. He pulled out a full gas can and set it on the bench. From his pocket, he took a cup and some paper towels. The things he took from the kitchen. He filled the cup with gas. My stomach dropped as I saw Video me soak some paper towels in the gas-filled cup and shove them into my family car's gas tank. He poured a line of gas from the car to the living room. He then poured separate lines to the kitchen, up the stairs, to my room. Still pouring, he made another line to my parents' room. Then he used the half-filled cup to douse my parents' door in gas. He went downstairs again, still pouring. He made a line right out the front door, making sure to douse the welcome mat. He left the gas in the entry hallway and exited the house. I watched Vidami fumble with something in his pocket. I saw the spark and the match light up. For a moment, he stared at the house, then tossed the small flame onto the puddle of gas forming around the front door. It only took a few minutes. Everything was on fire. The whole house burned bright, and smoke alarms began to scream out like tortured children. It might have just been my imagination, but I thought I heard my parents pleading over the roar of the flames, for someone to save them. The house burned for the rest of the video. No one escaped. Video me watched the whole thing unfold. In the video, I heard sirens in the distance. Then the footage cut. For a long time, I stared at the black ending screen. I tried to tell myself it was fake, to convince myself that it wasn't. Me in the video. I would never hurt my parents. I would never burn down their home with them inside. But it looked so real. There was one comment underneath the video. There had never been comments before I read it. It was one sentence. "Thank you, my friend. I got that link 3 hours ago. I'm hiding in the woods now. I won't say where because I don't want anyone to find me. Everyone has been trying to reach me. My old friends, my close relatives. It wasn't a hoax. My parents' house really burned down. No one survived. It's my fault. I don't know how, but I was the one who did this. I know it. I kept watching the videos. If I hadn't, none of this would have happened. But the worst part is I know if I got another link, I would only hesitate a little before clicking, even. Now when I close my eyes, I can see the videos swirling around in my brain. After images of me in the third person walking, talking, burning. Don't worry about finding my body. No one will discover me until I'm just a pile of bones. I hope that even then they don't try to identify me. There's a security that comes in anonymity. I won't be remembered as the person that burned their parents to death. I'll be some strange mystery, something unconnected and free. That's really all I want now, to be unobserved. If you get a link from an unknown number, don't risk it. You might like it too much. If you find a painting of your childhood home, do this before it ruins your life. That's my childhood home. I wasn't turning down the street I grew up on. I wasn't standing near the large oak in the front yard of the house where I'd lost all my baby teeth. I wasn't sitting inside the kitchen where, on my 15th birthday, I accidentally dropped the cake my mum had baked, which made my family laugh so hard that we shed tears. No, I was holding an oil painting at a Goodwill on the other side of the country. That can't be possible, my husband said. It can be possible, Parker, because I'm holding the flipping painting and telling you. 1. Language. 2. Can I say something without you jumping down my throat? Parker asked, his voice even. Yes, I said. Is there an outside chance that this just looks like your childhood home? I mean, you grew up in the burbs. A lot of cookie-cutter homes. No. I hated to admit he had a point, but as I stared at the house, I couldn't come around to that line of thinking. This was my house. Hell, the roses in the flower beds were the same size and color as I remembered. Them, no. I mean, I hear you and you're not off base. But, dude, this is my house. I pointed at the porch. I broke that railing, trying to do a ballet spin, and fell into the bushes. You missed 2 left feet. Senorita trips a lot. Tried to do a ballet spin. To be fair, I did the spin. I just didn't stick the landing. A minor detail in the world of dance, the landing part. I landed on the bushes right here, I said, pointing to the painting. Hold on, I have to send a photo to my mum. Does she have old house photos? Of course she does. You've met her, right? I had Parker hold the painting and snapped a few pictures. I sent them over to Mum and asked if she had a photo to compare it to. The message came back a minute later. Oh my God, that's our house. Weird. Another ding brought us a house photo. It looked exactly like the artwork in my hand. I showed Parker. "Christ," he said. "That's it, told you. That's wild. Is it a print or a real painting?" I ran my hand across the art. There was a palpable texture to the brush strokes. Sometimes a print may have varnish applied to give the impression of brush strokes. This wasn't that. "I think this is real, but let me check something else," I said. Walking toward the wall of ugly lamps, I turned on a lamp and held the painting in front of the bulb. Some artists will draw the picture first in pencil before painting. Sometimes you can see those marks when you hold it up to the light. Staring at the oak tree in the painting, I saw graphite streaks underneath. "It's real," I declared. "Who painted it?" A slash of red paint in the corner mimicked a signature, but Parker and I stared at it as if it were written in Minoan linear. Parker traced the paint with his finger, forwards and backwards. The first name may be George or Jeff. I think George. "Look at how it flows." He retraced the letters, and it made sense to me. "Okay, what's the last name?" "Hell, if I know." I tried Parker's finger tracing. It felt like I was tracing a line drawing by someone with too much caffeine in their system. These didn't seem like actual letters. "Might be Moffat," a soft voice said from behind us. We turned and saw that a Goodwill employee had materialized. She was a short, frail-looking, elderly woman with a hairstyle that resembled a well-constructed cumulus cloud in both color and shape. "Moffat," I said. "I think that's an M," she said, pointing to two humps. "Then it kind of circles into an O and the double Fs. The I and the T are somewhat stylized, I think. Artists being artists." I looked, and yeah, it kinda looked like Moffat. "I can see it." "George Moffat, you think?" "I do. Beautiful piece, don't you think?" "Yes," I said. "It looks exactly like the house I grew up in." I showed her the photo my mum sent. "How strange, right? I grew up across the country. Why is this?" "Even here, when I was younger, there was a company that would paint your home for you. Painters," Parker deadpanned. "Ignore him," I said. "He doesn't know how to act in public." She laughed. "I understand. I have one just like him at home. That's why he's at home." I laughed. "You're teaching and I'm taking notes, ma'am. Anyway, they would come paint portraits of your house. It was a thing for a few years. This looks like one of those. There may be a company name on the back, under the frame." I flipped the painting over and gingerly removed the frame. Sure enough, there was a small, faded sticker that read Cozy Home Portraits Company. There wasn't any other information. I made an impressed noise. "Look at that. Have a jumping off point to find out what this is all about." "Thank you so much, Marge. Marge, thank you. Sorry again for this guy. Marge, please forgive me. You're a gentlewoman and a scholar." Marge leaned into him and nodded at me. "You're punching above your weight with her, kiddo. Keep her happy." Parker laughed, wrapped his arm round my hip, and pulled me in for a hug. "Marge, that's the best advice I've ever received from a Goodwill employee. If only your barber had given you good advice, you could have avoided that haircut." I burst out laughing. Parker did too. "Marge, I hope to grow up to be just like you. You found a guy who can take a joke. That's a start. You guys want to get that, or still debating?" I looked at Parker, and he nodded. "How can we not get this, even if it's just for the story?" Marge smiled. "See, you can learn. Come on, kids, I'll ring you up." When I got home, I immediately began researching the Cozy Home Portraits Company. I had a hard time finding anything. Most of the search results were links to people on Reddit asking the same questions. Apparently, there were a lot of folks like me who were surprised to find their childhood homes immortalized on canvas. One commenter said something that stuck with me. "Parker, listen to this," I said, reading the post. "My mum says she remembers someone approaching her and asking if they could take a photo so they could paint the house later. She told them no at first, but they said they'd do it for no cost. Mum agreed and assumed she'd get the painting at some point, but she never heard from the company again." What's the next commenter say? "This sounds fake," I read. Kind of a dickish response. "No, it's Reddit," he said, shrugging. "Maybe they just used the houses for inspiration and sold the paintings to commercial houses for reproductions. Then why bother involving the homeowners at all? Maybe to assuage their worries of someone standing outside their home snapping photos of their house," Parker suggested. "I mean, anyone could take a photo of our house, and I'd have no idea unless I saw them do it." True, it's weird, I'll grant you, but I think I'm on the right track. Commercial art, Americana stuff, that was to be it. He may have been onto something, but that answer didn't feel right. I couldn't work out the logic. If this company had been around for a while and painted portraits of homes all across the country for commercial sale, why wasn't there any record of them? No stories online, no official business records, no known CEO or lists of artists or anyone. Hell, even searching for the name George Moffat didn't yield results. My mind told me there was something off about this. A sense of dread loomed over the whole thing. I let it marinate all day to see if I'd reconsider. Shocking no one, I didn't. I told Parker as much as we got ready for bed. "You're reacting that way because of what's happening in the world, right?" "Now," Parker said, yawning. "There are real evil people out there, but they aren't painting pictures." "Hitler painted pictures," I said. He gave me a deadpan stare. "You know what I mean. I just can't let it go. It's odd that it was done at all. Odd that it traveled all the way out here. Odd that I found it. Odd stacked on odd, stack on odd. Turtles. All the way down." "What?" I said, crinkling up my face. "What do turtles have to do with anything?" He laughed. "Nothing. Just a dumb expression." He yawned again. "Why is this bothering you so much? Some random company painted and sold pictures of my childhood house with no one knowing about it." "It's odd," he said with a smile. "Very. It's just not sitting right with me." Parker yawned for a third time. "My melatonin is kicking in here. Get some rest and see how you feel in the morning. Maybe call your mum, see if she has a story to tell. She might know something." He didn't wait for my response. Instead, he rolled over, shut off the lamp, and turned on our sound machine. As digital thunderstorms rolled into our bedroom, I lay down on my pillows but didn't fall asleep. This whole thing smothered my thoughts as much as my weighted blanket did my body. I would call Mum tomorrow, see what she knew, if anything. I heard light snores coming from Parker's direction and sighed. That man could fall asleep even if the house were on fire. I flipped on YouTube, found something to help me sleep, and closed my eyes. Or would have, if I hadn't seen our front porch light turn on. A cold touched my brain and froze the rest of my body. The light going off didn't mean a prowler was trying to jimmy open our lock. It could be a bug flying too close to the sensor or a sleepwalking squirrel. Improbable, sure, but they were better than the alternative. I didn't want to wake Parker. but I also wasn't keen on investigating alone. While I was debating getting out of bed, I heard a noise in the kitchen that made the decision easy. I elbowed Parker. "What?" he asked, his voice a blend of exhaustion and annoyance. "Our front porch light went off," I whispered. "Raccoons tripping the light," he said. "Not worth waking me." "I know, but I heard someone in the kitchen." His eyes zinged open. In a flash, he was on his feet and grabbed the bat we kept near the bed. He quietly inched along the wall until he got to the bedroom doorway. He peeked out and scanned the room before turning back to me and shrugging. I pointed to the kitchen again before popping up and joining him on the wall. Parker wasn't pleased. He told me, not in words but vigorous nods, to go back to the bed and wait. I didn't. He gave in, and we made our way out of the bedroom, me walking directly behind him like some backwards waltz. I saw nothing. That went double after Parker slammed his hand on the switch, flooding the room with light and damn near blinding me in the process. I let out a painful yelp and covered my eyes to adjust. I heard Parker sigh. "We're good," he said. "Nothing in here." "You gotta tell me before you do that," I said, finally checking out the room. Everything initially looked washed out. "I'm nearly blind. I wanted the element of surprise," Parker said. "You achieved it," I said. "All I see now are a bunch of little diamonds everywhere." He walked into the kitchen. "Your intruder is nothing more than a fallen salt shaker," he said, holding up the culprit. "Oh, like I said, a raccoon probably tripped a light. I'm going back to sleep. You should, too." He walked past me, patted my ass, and headed back to bed. I was about to join him when my eyes landed on the painting. I walked over to it and stared. In the store, looking at it had flooded my emotions with joy and happiness. But now, none of that unease seeped into my blood and rushed through my body. Something was different about the painting. I couldn't put my finger on what had changed, but I knew something had. It was giving me chills. I grabbed a nearby napkin and draped it over the artwork like a coroner covering a dead body. My thinking was that if there was something supernatural about this thing, the napkin would keep it at bay. Dumb, I know, but it made sense at the time. I couldn't believe that picture. That's so wild. Mum was too chipper for this early in the morning. She always was, though, a real rise with the early bird kind of gal. That wasn't me. I still had bedhead as I sipped my cup of coffee. Parker, another early riser, cooked breakfast. I thought so too. Someone told me a company used to go around and paint pictures of homes. They'd ask the homeowners beforehand. Any memory of that? Not that I can remember. Back then, it was mostly your father who spoke with salesmen. I found them unseemly. I can't imagine he'd allow someone to do that, rest his soul. Yeah, Dad was pretty private. We had a neighbor who was a painter, though. Carl, no, that wasn't it. Craig. Oh goddamn my ancient brain. Bonnie, don't get old. It's hell. I'm trying not to. It's why I do my nightly skincare routine. It's intense, Parker added with a smirk. What was his name? It's been years since I thought of him. Craig Maurice. Something like that. He didn't live near us for long. Dad didn't like him at all. Why? Craig was the human equivalent of a popcorn kernel stuck in your teeth. Irritating. He rubbed your father the wrong way. I don't remember Dad talking about him. He didn't around you, but with me, who boy? Craig used to walk by the house all the time, always whistling Pop Goes the Weasel for some reason. He'd stand too close when he talked to you. He'd leer at me when I was outside hanging laundry on the line. He'd never get the hint that I wanted to be left alone, even though I was always short with him, especially after he said that you were growing up nicely. Gross, I said. I was 10. Like I said, he was a weirdo. But, again, most artiste types are, I suppose. Remember your Uncle Walter made those ghastly papier-mâché skulls? They used to be all over his house. Was like walking into some cannibal's hut whenever we'd go over there. But he was good at making them. Who'd want them is another thing altogether. He gave us one, and I made your dad keep it in a bag in the garage. Don't bring that ghoulish shit in my house. As my mum rambled about skull shapes like a Victorian phrenologist, a thought came to me. I looked down at the painting and traced the painter's name. Mum, could his name have been Craig Moffat? Parker looked over at me. I nodded down at the painting and traced what I thought the letters were with. My finger. He hit his forehead with a spatula and shook his head. Oh my God, yes, that was it. Craig Moffat. God, what a blast from the past. He really was a weird little freak of a man, my mum said, laughing. He used to wear these tiny little shorts, and he did not have the legs for it. Looked like 2 toothpicks stuck in an orange. Mum droned on a little longer, but provided nothing of substance beyond Craig Moffat's horrid legs. But she'd given me some new information, the artist's real name. As soon as I hung up, I grabbed my laptop. Craig Moffat, not George, Craig. I see it now, Parker said. We should have never trusted Marge. Didn't like the cut of her jib. Babe, her jib was flawless, I said, turning to the painting. Her eyes, not so much. To be fair, we all agreed it was George Moffat. There's Craig Moffat. I turned the computer around and showed a web page dedicated to his art. Parker leaned down to get a closer look. His legs do look like toothpicks stuck in an orange. Rolling my eyes, I turned the laptop back to me and clicked on the man's About Me page. It was illuminating. Craig had quite the little career. He'd worked for a few newspaper outlets, few magazines, some ad campaigns. His stuff was good. There was a list of known works. There are a few house paintings listed here. It has to be him. Has anyone mentioned how odd this is? Parker said with a sly smile. It's catching on. Maybe he saw your home as a happy family home and wanted to capture it for that company. Is there a contact page? There is. I yelped. I read the page out loud. If you have questions about Craig or his work, please feel free to reach out here. I said, that's great. You can email him and ask directly. MoffatEstate@moffatart.com, I read. Shit, he's dead. That shouldn't matter. Maybe the guy who runs the estate can answer your questions. I nodded. It was worth a shot. I started composing a message, and Parker went back to breakfast. I glanced at the artwork on the table next to me. Something about it picked at my brain. Hey, I meant to ask, have you been watching professional wiffle ball games on our YouTube? Oh, yeah. I've started turning on games after your melatonin kicks in. Puts me right out. Uh-huh. Are you a wiffle ball fan? No, I said, laughing. I just happened across it one night, and I fell asleep like 10 minutes into a game. It's better than Ocean Waves. Which game was it? Rhinos against the Storks. Oh man, those two teams hate each other. Storks have won the last 3 series behind Dustin Braddock's nasty banana ball. I stopped speaking because I could feel Parker's smug smirk on his face. I looked up and caught it with my own eyes. Not a fan. What the hell is a banana? Ball ping, they emailed back already, I said. What the hell? Maybe there isn't a lot going on at the Moffat estate. Hi, Craig Moffat was my father. He did several pieces of local homes during that era. I would love to discuss this with you. Can we set up a call? So there clearly isn't a lot going on at the Moffat estate, Parker said. I'm going to say yes. I think I have too, if for no other reason than my own sanity. Go for it. I can be there. For the call if you need me. So I set up a call with the estate for later that day. Hopefully, there'd be some information that I could use to stop the itch in my brain. Parker served me breakfast before he got ready to head out to the gym. You never told me what a banana ball is, he said, placing the plate in front of me. It's a sidearm slurve, a strikeout pitch, nearly unhittable. If Braddock is on his game. Parker gave me a quizzical look. I sighed, not a fan. After Parker had left for the gym, I went back over to the painting. It was still sitting in the last place I had left it. Still had the napkin over it. The bad vibes I felt earlier were still there. In fact, they'd grown worse. I didn't even want this thing in my house anymore, covered or not. Despite my misgivings, I pulled the napkin off the painting and gave it a once-over. I felt my stomach gurgle and my throat went dry. Looking at this now literally caused physical pain. It didn't make sense. Where's the front door? I suddenly asked myself out loud. The front door of the house was gone, blacked out like an actor with perfect teeth coloring in one to look sufficiently destitute for a role. I scraped where the door had been with my thumb. No fresh paint. It was like it had always been that way, but it hadn't. I checked the photo. I sent to my mum to confirm what in the basement stairs. There very much shouldn't have been a creak on the basement stairs. The basement was home to nothing but dust, Christmas decorations, and my ugly childhood couches we didn't have the heart to throw away. Since none of those things can walk, this made no sense. I tiptoed to the knife block and pulled out a butcher knife. With my phone in my free hand, I used my nimble thumb to unlock it. I was ready to dial 911, but as I stared at my reflection in the knife blade, I questioned whether I was prepared to stick it into another person. I wouldn't know that until it came to that moment. I very much prayed that wouldn't happen. Another creak, near the top of the stairs now. It was getting closer. I flexed the grip on the knife. I tried to control my breathing, but couldn't. Turns out all that woo-woo TikTok relaxation breathing stuff was just bullshit. My heart was thumping like an angry jazz drummer's long-awaited solo. I felt sweat drip down my neck. Something flickered on the painting. It momentarily took my eyes off the basement door. Like last night, I initially registered nothing different. Then I noticed, through the window of the living room, it looked like someone had turned on a light or lit a fire. Splotches of yellow and orange paint filled the window frame. The jingling of the basement door handle snapped me out of my trance. My palms were sweaty. My legs swayed like bamboo in a strong breeze. I gathered all my remaining strength and yelled out, "Hey, Estiest, away from me." I wanted to say more, but overwhelming fear shut me up. The jiggling stopped. Relief. My hectoring worked, ... for about 2 seconds. The basement door cracked open. There was a ghostly, pale face staring back at me. That was when my brain firmly decided whether I was a fight or flight kind of gal. I was flight. Fuck this. I dropped the knife, which clattered on the tile like that drummer hitting the hi-hat, and sprinted toward my front door. I yelled gibberish the entire time, tears streaming down my face, and blasted out of the door. My fingers hit send on the call, and seconds later, an annoyingly even-keeled 911 operator connected me with the police. Parker returned home before the police arrived. He found me sitting inside my locked car. Before he could crack a joke, he caught sight of my face. I'd been crying and could feel how puffy my eyes were. Consternation crossed his face. I rolled the window down. "Get in the car," he did. I explained everything to him. He was astonished. He was confused. He grabbed my hand and held it steady as I went over everything, pausing occasionally to sob like a child with a skinned knee. When I was done, he asked why I didn't leave right away. "Who do you think you are, Rambo?" I laughed. I need that. For a few seconds I was. Then I wasn't. I wasn't even Gizmo pretending to be Rambo. He gave my arm a loving squeeze. "If it'll help you calm down, we can watch some pro wiffle ball tonight. I hear the Rhinos are playing the Turkeys." "Storks," I said, "but they are actually playing the Habaneros tonight. Gil Faust is looking to debut his chili ball pitch." He leaned in and kissed my forehead. "But you're not a fan." "I'm not." A knock on the window caused me to scream. The cops had arrived. If they were curious why we were sitting in our car, they kept it to themselves. I relayed what happened, and they said they'd go into the basement and check it out. 15 minutes later, they came walking out. "We didn't see anyone down there," the cop said. "But, to be fair to you, your basement gave me the heebie-jeebies." "Great." I said, "I know it's not what you wanted to hear, but it's the truth. On the plus side, I haven't seen that love seat since I was a kid. Want it? It's better left to the past. You two have a nice day." We watched them leave. Parker turned to me. "You okay?" "No, and I won't be until I go into the basement myself." "What? Why?" I can't explain. Something is drawing me there. It sounds crazy, I know, but I feel it in my bones." Parker saw the determined look in my eyes. This was going to happen. Had to happen. He sighed. "Want me to go in first?" "Yes," I said. "Are you actually going to wait for me to go in or follow right behind me?" We both know the answer to that. Resuming our reverse waltz, we went back into the house. Once in the kitchen, we stopped near the painting. Parker looked over and agreed that there were changes. We turned our attention to the closed basement door. Parker put his hand on the handle. "We don't have to go down here, Beth," he said. "The cops didn't find anyone alive. If there's a ghost in this house, I need to know. If we know, we can remove it. How? I'm still working on that part," I said. "But I need to know for certain. I won't feel safe otherwise. I'm inclined to just say yes and move on." Something altered the painting already. "Who the hell did that?" "One issue at a time," I said. He knew he couldn't talk his way out of this. He knew I needed this, and he loved me enough to see it through to the end. Even though he was petrified, too. The skin on his arm had goosebumps as soon as we walked into the kitchen. It felt like Braille to me now, and the only thing it said was, "Let's not do this." But that feeling in my brain, the one drawing me down there, wouldn't leave. It was stronger now that we were in the home. Something was loose in my house. I knew it in my heart. Whatever it was, I needed to keep it from roosting in my new home. Let the ghosts live in the past. Leave my future alone. Parker gripped the handle, sighed so loudly it was heard 2 towns over, and opened the door. The stairs led down into the dark of the basement. The floor around the landing was the only thing visible. In the abstract, it wasn't anything right now. The horrifying Parker found the light switch, illuminating the rest of the space. So far, so good. We took our time walking down the stairs, creaking along the wooden one step at a time. Maybe it'd have the same effect on the ghost that hearing creaking steps did on me. Perhaps the phantom was hiding, holding a ghost knife, and deciding if it was going to play Ghost Rambo or just fearfully disappear into the walls. The house in the painting had a basement, too, I whispered. When I was a kid, I hated going down there. Any time of day just didn't feel natural. Yeah, no. Are you trying to get me to stop doing this? Sorry, I'm rambling, I said. One kept right on rambling, though. What bothered me wasn't so much going down there. What scared me was the trip. Back up, turning your back on the dark. I used to walk backwards up the stairs. We can try that in a few minutes, Parker whispered back. Any other ghost stories you want to share before we hit the landing? Sorry, I said. It just popped into my mind. I haven't thought about that fear in years. Since we moved away from there, actually, that's not comforting. We got to the bottom and took a look around. Everything looked normal. No surprises. Just our old, ugly furniture and friendly Santa decorations smiling and giving us a frozen wave. I thought about turning and heading back up, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was supposed to be down here. I was also positive Parker would be furious if I went darting up the stairs without him. Leaving him alone in Spook Central might be grounds for divorce. We headed over to the furniture. There was a layer of dust on everything. I smacked the pillow, sending it flying into the air. I coughed and sneezed, instantly regretting my actions. Parker's withering glare told me he wasn't fond of my actions either. Sorry, I don't see anything out of the ordinary here, do you? No, I said. It looks like it always does. Feeling gone. Can we go back upstairs now? Before I could answer, we heard the familiar chime from our security system, followed by the calm, reassuring voice informing us that our front door was open. What the fuck? I said. Parker responded, his finger to his lips. He pointed up to the ceiling. We cocked our ears and concentrated. For about 20 seconds, there was nothing. Silence. It didn't last. Creaak. The floorboards wheezed as someone took slow, deliberate steps above us. You could hear the footfalls as they moved from the front door to the hallway. Trembling, Parker pointed up at the ceiling. You could physically see the floor bow ever so slightly from the person's weight. I didn't even think that was possible. What do we do? I whispered. I don't know, Parker said. Maybe they'll leave. A second later, we were cloaked in total darkness. All the power in the house had gone out. The only light came from the sunlight, streaming in from the open door at the top of the stairs. It wasn't much, but it was a beacon. Our lighthouse, our way home. Is all I was able to say. Someone upstairs ran down the hall, through the kitchen, and to the basement door. They slammed it shut, plunging us into instant midnight. I wanted to scream, to yell so loud it'd shake the heavens. But I couldn't. My body physically couldn't make that happen. It'd give away our location. I clutched Parker's shirt so hard I was afraid I'd rip it right off him. If it bothered him, he didn't say. This sucks, Parker mumbled. Understatement of the goddamn century. Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas. One of our Santa decorations started going off. I nearly peed myself at Santa's sudden arrival. I imagined it would have been the same response I would have had if I had seen him as a kid. Kringle was soon joined by all of our Christmas decorations going off at once. Dozens of laughing Santas, lights flickering off and on, inflatables rising like zombified plastic bags. The noise was deafening, but strangely festive. The strobing lights in the pitch black caused after-images to dance in my rods and cones. I slammed them shut and silently prayed for this all to end. Someone must have heard because, as quickly as they'd come to life, they stopped. We stood in the dark, not breathing, not moving. Neither of us knew what to do. Nothing in my life had prepared me for this. I couldn't shake the idea that whatever was coming would be worse than what we'd already experienced. There was a creaking again, and a sudden rushing of blinding sunlight from the top of the stairs. Someone had opened the door. Before we could get a glimpse, the door slammed shut, and something sprinted down the now dark stairs. I pulled Parker back onto the old love seat. We sat on the edge and kept our heads on a swivel, even though the basement was too dark to see our own hands. We weren't alone anymore. As my fingertips grazed the couch, I realized something. These were originally my parents. My parents got them when I was living in the house from the painting. They were a physical connection between the past and now. Are these what caused my sudden desire to come to the basement? Was I being manipulated by this thing? Could I trust myself at all? That dread feeling I'd had since I brought the painting into our house intensified. I felt it in my bones, deeper even. My aura, my soul. I leaned into Parker's ear and whispered. An apology. He didn't vocalize a response, but squeezed my arm. I squeezed back. My body shook, and I couldn't get myself to stop. I wanted to run for the stairs, but that old fear came rushing back. I knew if I ran up those stairs, it'd follow behind me. Something whooshed by us. My hair flowed with it, trailing behind whatever had sprinted past. I nervously dug my fingers into the fabric. We heard the sound of some liquid splattering on the floor across from us. Water? No, heavier than water. A sound that made my guts twist soon joined the drips and splashes. Someone started whistling a familiar tune. Pop Goes the Weasel. The Christmas decorations flickered on and shut off. In the brief flash of light, we could make out a figure standing across from us, Craig Moffat. Pop, he screamed as the lights strobed. Goes, he screamed again, a foot closer this time, another foot closer, almost directly in front of us now. The lights flickered again, and his face was right next to mine. A sinister smile as he slowly whispered, Weasel. I felt something wet and slimy rub against my cheek. Parker stood and, surprisingly, swung at Ghost Craig. It didn't find the ghoul, and, as the darkness returned, his fist only found the arm of the couch. I heard his knuckles crack and him swear in pain. My ears were the only thing working at that moment, though I sat frozen, tears streaming down my face. The lights in the house came back on, and I screamed. On the wall across from us, where we had heard the water, the painting was hanging. Only, it wasn't the old house, it was the current house. All the windows and doors were filled with flames. There were two figures on the front lawn. Parker and I, we were both dead. Standing behind our oak tree, watching it all, was Craig Moffat. Parker, let's go. I didn't have to tell him twice. We broke for the stairs and took them 3 at a time until we reached the top. I grabbed the handle and shoved my shoulder into the door, expecting it to hold firm. It didn't. Parker and I spilled onto our kitchen floor. I scrambled up and practically yanked Parker into the kitchen. I was about to slam the door when I saw Craig Moffat standing at the bottom of the stairs. We locked eyes. My mind flew back to my childhood. a memory stored deep in the folds of my brain. I was sitting on our porch reading a book and heard that. Damn whistling, Craig Moffat. A Polaroid camera in his hands and portrait photos on his mind. I was afraid he'd stop and take a picture of me. I was right. Even now, I could hear the heavy clunk of the shutter and the worry of the processing photo as it slid out. He shook it, and as the fog of war slowly dissipated on the photo, he smiled. This way, I won't forget you. I slammed the door shut and urged Parker to grab the car keys. He turned the corner to do so when I heard him sharply yelp in surprise, followed by the squeak of his sneakers on the hardwood and his ass hitting the ground. I ran to him expecting to see Craig, but was stunned by the sight of a living man, surrounded by two yellow hulks outside my front door. Once my brain processed the information, it was clear those men were wearing biohazard suits. It still didn't answer why men in biohazard suits were outside my door, but it cleared up that there were. The suitless man in the middle, though, had a more than striking resemblance to the ghost I'd just seen in my basement. Only younger, fuller, fleshy. Sorry to startle you both, the man said, raising his hands in peace. You contacted us about a painting you found. I'm David Moffat. Craig was my father. You've got to be shitting me. We were supposed to talk on the phone, I said. Yes, but we were worried things might have progressed too much by then. Tell me, has the door in the painting disappeared yet? How did David turn to his men? Call for the extraction team. Turning back to us, he urgently asked, Where's the painting? The basement, I said, but it looks different now. What in hell is going on? Parker asked. Different? Would you say violently different? Our dash, dead dash, bodies, dash, on dash, the dash, lawn dash, and dash, the dash, place, dash, ablaze. Violently different. He nervously turned to where the biohazard-suited men had gone. The experienced extraction team. Parker stood and held my hand. We looked at each other and back at David Moffat. We both cracked. Small smiles that turned into chuckles, that turned into a laughing fit. I read somewhere that mental breaks can start like this. Whatever I leaned in. David Moffat, the son of your childhood painter neighbor, Craig Moffat, himself a ghost that nearly killed us, is standing in our fucking veranda, Parker said, barely able to get the words out between screeching. Laughter, I mean, what the fuck is this life? Seconds later, a team of armed men in hazmat suits carrying unknown machinery rushed in and headed for the basement. We heard one of them scream, and then the sounds of mechanical engines warming up. David nodded toward the front door. We should go outside. We did. What the hell else were we going to do? Once we were outside, David pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered us one. We both declined. David indulged and nodded back at the house. This is the experienced team. What's going on? I asked. I'm going to level with you. What I'm about to say is pretty weird. I like to say weird to people, sets the right tone, sir. On what is easily the weirdest day in not only my and my wife's life, but I'd argue humanity's life, nothing you can say will top what we've already been through, Parker said. I mean, I just discovered my wife watches professional wiffle ball, for God's sake. Not a fan, I mumbled. Dad was a strange man, lots of demons. When he could keep them at bay, he did great work, but that was never for long. Around the time when you were a kid, he got deep into the occult. It was a faddish passing fancy at first, but soon he found a deeper meaning in it. It consumed him. Around this time, well, he conjured a demon. I think I'm having a stroke. He made a deal. We don't exactly know the details, But what we do know is that Dad agreed to start a company that would paint portraits of people's homes. The twist was that the homes he picked would become targets for the demon. Naturally, Parker said, because, why not? He'd take a photo of the home and give it to the demon. The demon would curse it and insert it into the canvases of my dad's paintings. These photos would be a connection between the subjects in the art and the demon itself. The pull got stronger when the artwork found its way back to the subjects. Then he trailed off. Meet each other, I said. In a manner of speaking, yes. So many questions bounced around my brain. This all sounded so outlandish, and yet, the memory of the photo came back to me. This way, I won't forget you, I said out loud, confused. Parker looked at me. What? We don't know how many paintings Dad did during this time, but we've recovered 65 in locations from New York to California. The people selected seemed to be random, except for you. Why me, my guess? You were neighbors and, well, my dad really didn't like your dad. The feeling was mutual. Just then, the extraction team came rushing out. One was limping. The machines they brought looked broken, but the lights were still on. One of them had the painting in a biocontainment bag. It was smoking. The experienced team, David said, ashing out his smoke on the bottom of his shoe and pocketing the butt. Thank you for letting us help rid you of this menace. The work is exhausting, but my family has to atone for Craig's wicked actions. David nodded and turned to leave. I reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Wait, that's it. We're free, just like that. Just like that, he said, turning to leave. He stopped and spun on his heels. Unless you have something from the old house in your new house, then you kinda sorta leave a back door for the demon to return. So, if you do, I suggest destroying it. He tipped his cap and left. Parker and I locked eyes. The fucking love seat, we said at the same time. My back hurt just thinking about hauling it up those narrow stairs. Later that night, we torched the sofa in a makeshift fire pit in our backyard. We ate pizza and watched the flames consume the potentially demonic couch. Can't imagine that's a sentence that's been said a lot in history. As we did, relief filled my heart. The dread was gone. I looked over at Parker and smiled. I think we can put to bed the argument about who had the weirder childhood part. He laughed. Yeah, summers with my Amish family can't compete with demons. His phone buzzed. He looked down at the notification with concern. I felt my stomach twist. Please tell me it's good news. The Rhinos Habaneros game is about to start. I set a reminder. Wanna watch? I touched my heart and felt pure happiness surge through me. Tears. Grabbing his free hand, I held it tight and gave it a big squeeze. I have something to confess, I said. I think I'm a legitimate fan of professional wiffle ball. I know. Babe, I know. We sat together, letting the crackling of a burning demon couch and the crack of a wiffle ball bat fill the night air. I snuggled into Parker's shoulder. It was warm, inviting home, and not one haunted by an angry ghost. No one claimed the corpse I worked the night shift at the county morgue. I don't mind the quiet. Most nights, nothing really happens. That night started like any other. I was halfway through my shift when the buzzer rang. The back door. A delivery. I grabbed my gloves and opened it. A man stood there in a black coat. I didn't know him. No name tag, no ambulance. Just a van, parked with no lights on. He didn't say anything. Just pointed to the back. Inside the van, on a stretcher. was a covered body bag. Another one, I asked. He nodded once. Transfer from downtown, he said. Unclaimed. You're holding it for now. He handed me a clipboard. I looked over the paper. No name, no ID, no family. Just one line, typed near the top. No one claimed the corpse. No cause of death, I asked. None confirmed, he said. Found in an alley. Cold, dry, no wounds. I didn't like how he said it. Like he didn't believe it either. He turned and walked back to his van without another word. I watched him drive off before wheeling the body inside. Back in the exam room, I placed the bag on the table. The air felt colder than usual. I unzipped it. Halfway it was a man, mid-30s maybe. Pale skin, short dark hair, no signs of injury, no blood, no bruises. His eyes were closed, but his mouth looked like it had been open recently, almost like he'd been shouting before death. I reached for the toe tag, already tagged date. Today, time, 4:37 p.m. Location, found behind Baxter Alley. Status, unclaimed. Hold temporarily. I checked the system on the computer. Nothing in the police files. No missing person matching him. No hospital record. Nothing. I called the coroner upstairs. He sounded half asleep. Hey, I said. Just got a body dropped off. No name, said it's from downtown. Yeah, he mumbled. We're overloaded. Just hold it until Monday. No. Details. Nope. No autopsy yet. They just found him like that. What about cause of death? Didn't find one. Might have been exposure. Or a stroke. Maybe. His skin's warm, I said. Shouldn't be, right. There was a pause. Warm. Yeah, not hot, just ... Not cold either. Another pause. Leave it for now. Don't touch anything. I'll look in the morning. He hung up. I stood there, alone with the body. I pushed the table toward the freezer and slid it into one of the empty drawers. It took more force than usual, like the drawer didn't want to close. The body felt heavy, not in weight, in ... presence. I don't know how else to explain it. When I finally got the drawer shut, I locked it and stepped back. I stared at the nameplate. Slot on the drawer. Usually we put a label. This one was blank. I pulled a sticky note from my clipboard and wrote, "Temporary hold, no ID." I stuck it on the metal. I turned off the lights and left the room. But right before I closed the door, I thought I heard something behind me. Not a voice, just ... A soft shift, like someone moving. But I didn't go back in. I told myself it was the drawer settling, or the metal creaking, still. I double-checked the lock before I left. No one claimed the corpse, and now it was mine to watch. I came in the next night and went straight to check on the freezer. The drawer was still locked. The sticky note was still there. Nothing looked touched. But when I opened the drawer, I froze. The corpse's head was tilted to the left. I was sure, absolutely sure I had left it facing straight. I stared at it for a full minute. I didn't want to believe it had moved. I told myself I must have been wrong. Maybe I bumped the table while sliding it in. Maybe it shifted. But then I looked closer. His eyes. They weren't all the way shut anymore. Not wide open, just a crack. Just enough that you could see the white of one eye under the lid. That didn't happen yesterday. I leaned in and checked again. Was it a trick of the light? I reached out and gently touched the eyelid. It was soft, too soft, not stiff, not frozen. like he had just passed away minutes ago. I stepped back. Then I touched the skin near his neck. Still warm, not hot, but not cold either. I had worked here long enough. I knew how bodies were supposed to feel after 24 hours in storage. This wasn't. Right. I locked the drawer again and went back to the office. I pulled up the security cam footage from the night before, just to check. Just to be sure it was the camera facing the freezer room. I clicked through the hours. Everything looked normal. The hallway was empty. The room was still. Then, at 3:12 a.m., the screen glitched. Just for 1 second. Static lines. The timestamp blinked, and when it cleared, the freezer drawer was open about 2 inches. I stared at the screen. One frame, drawer shut. Next frame, drawer slightly open. The camera didn't catch movement, just a sudden change. I kept watching. No one entered the room. Nothing else. Happened at 3:14 a.m. The screen glitched again. The drawer was closed. I rewound it 3 times. Same thing every time. No people, no footsteps. Just the drawer, changing. I felt a heavy pressure in my chest. I didn't like what I saw, but I didn't know what to do with it either. I went back into the freezer room with my flashlight. The drawer was locked. The body inside wasn't moving. Of course it wasn't. That would be crazy, still, I stood there, staring at it, waiting. Then I leaned close and sniffed the air. There was a smell, not rot, not decay. It was metallic, sharp, like pennies, but not blood. I know the smell of blood. This was something else. Old metal, burnt wires, rust, maybe. It came off the body in waves, like it was sweating it. I didn't know what to think. My head was full of noise, but my body felt numb. I reached out one more time and touched his hand. It twitched, just a small movement, maybe a muscle spasm, maybe nothing. I jumped back, nearly dropped the flashlight. I didn't open the drawer again. That night, I sat in the office for hours, staring at the camera feed. Nothing happened. No glitches, no movement. At the end of my shift, I filled out the log like usual. But instead of writing all clear, I wrote drawer 7, possible temperature issue, maybe defective. I didn't want to say what I really thought. That the corpse wasn't staying still. That something was off. The next night, I couldn't stop thinking about that body. The twitch, the warmth, the smell. I needed answers. I waited until things got quiet, then logged into the morgue's main system. I searched by time of arrival, by location, by case number. Nothing. No autopsy order, no police file, no name, not even a driver's license scan. It was like he didn't exist. I checked the tag again. It only said, found behind Baxter Alley. No ID, temporary hold. I opened the city police reports from that night. Still nothing. No call about a dead man. No 911 logs. Nothing from the alley. Not even a noise complaint. I checked with the downtown hospital. Called the nurse's desk. Did you guys send over a body 2 nights ago? I asked. She paused. To your building? Yeah. Middle-aged male. Unclaimed. No cause of death. Listed. She sighed. We haven't had any transfers this week. Our cold room's empty. Are you sure? Positive? We would have logged it. I thanked her and hung up. I sat there, staring at my screen. If they didn't send it, and there's no file, then where did it come from? It was like the body had just ... appeared, looking. For a ghost, I jumped. It was Tom, the old janitor, I hadn't heard him come in. Sorry, I said. Didn't see you. He looked at the screen. That's the one they dropped off the other night, huh? I nodded. You saw him. He leaned on his mop. Didn't like the look of that one. Something wrong with it. I hesitated. Tom, you've worked here a long time, right? 30 years. Ever seen a case like this before? No ID? No report? Nothing. He looked around, then stepped closer. Once, long time ago, body came in. No one knew where it came from. Same thing. No name, no file. Just ... there. What happened to it? They burned it. Thought it was the safest thing. I laughed nervously. Why? He said it quiet. Because it moved. I stared at him. He looked serious. Sometimes the ones nobody claims, they don't stay still. Sometimes they're waiting. Waiting. For what? He shrugged. Not sure, but one night it was gone. Just like that. And no one did anything. Place pretended it never happened. System showed the freezer was empty the whole time. That's not possible. He leaned in and said, you'd be surprised how many things can be erased. Then he went back to mopping like it was nothing. I sat there, still thinking about what he said. Maybe he was joking, or maybe not. I opened the freezer room door again before I left that night. The drawer was still locked, but the sticky note had fallen off. Or maybe it had been peeled off. I picked it up. It felt damp. I looked at the drawer. Still no name. Still unclaimed. But now I didn't feel like the one watching it anymore. It felt like it was watching me. I showed up for my shift just before midnight. The moment I walked in, I knew something was wrong. The main light in the exam room was off. I always leave it on. Always. I flipped the switch and looked around. One of the metal trays was on the floor. I hadn't left it there. A cabinet door was slightly open. The corner of a body bag was sticking out. I stood still for a second, just listening. Nothing. I walked to the freezer and checked the drawers. The one with the unclaimed body drawer 7 was cracked open. Not all the way, just a few inches. My chest tightened. I always lock the drawers, every time. I remember locking it. I pulled it shut and turned the lock. Then I checked the logbook. No one had been in there since me. I looked at the cameras. The feed was working now, but nothing showed anyone going in or out. No glitch, no tampering. I told myself I must have left it loose. That maybe I was tired. Maybe I forgot. That's what I wanted to believe. Around 2 a.m., I was doing paperwork in the office when I heard a sound. Knock. I looked up. It came again, faint but sharp. Knock, knock. It was coming from the freezer room. I held still and listened. Knock. 3 knocks. Then silence. I stood up slowly and walked to the door. My hand was shaking on the handle. I opened it. Nothing. The room was empty. The drawers were shut. I stepped in, looking around. Everything looked normal. Until I saw the sticky note I had reattached the night before. It was now stuck to the wall. Higher up, almost eye level. I didn't put it there. I took it down and stuck it back on the drawer. Then I locked the room again and left. I didn't hear anything else. The rest of the shift, but I kept thinking about the tray on the floor. The drawer cracked open. The knock, and the note. Someone or something was moving things around. I didn't see it, but I knew it was happening. Something inside that room wasn't sleeping. After that night, I didn't sleep well. When I finally did, I had the first dream. In the dream, I was standing in the freezer room, alone, no lights, just the sound of my own breathing. I walked to drawer 7. It opened by itself. Inside wasn't the corpse, it was me, same face, same clothes. Dead. I woke up sweating. My heart was racing. My hands were shaking. I tried to forget it, but the next night I dreamed again. This time I was on the table. My eyes were open, but I couldn't move. I felt cold metal under my back. I could hear the hum of the freezer. I saw the light flicker above me. I wanted to scream, but my mouth wouldn't open. I just lay there, watching, frozen. When I woke up, my neck hurt, like I had been lying flat for hours. I looked in the mirror. There was a red line across my throat. Thin, but real. I didn't know what to think. I told myself I was just stressed, just tired. But the dreams kept coming. Every night, sometimes I was the body. Sometimes I was looking down at the body, and it opened its eyes and stared at me. And one night, I heard it speak. It didn't move its mouth, but I heard the words clearly. I'm not alone in here. I woke up gasping. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I didn't go into work that night. I called in sick. The next night, I went back. The moment I stepped inside, something felt wrong again. Drawer 7 was still locked, but the lights had flickered on and off 3 times before. I even made it down the hall, like something knew I was coming. I kept having flashes in my head, not memories, not mine, just images. An alley, the back of a van, being dragged, and then the feeling of being zipped into a bag. I stood there, frozen, gripping the edge of the table. That wasn't me, but it felt real. I sat down in the office and opened the camera feed at 3:03 a.m. the night before. The feed glitched again, just static for 2 seconds. Then a shadow moved past the camera. It wasn't shaped like a person, not clearly, more like something tall, bent. It passed by drawer 7, and then vanished out of frame. I rewound it 4 times. It was always there, but I didn't show anyone. I didn't even write it in the log. I just sat there, staring at the screen, telling myself I was fine, that it wasn't real, that none of this could happen. But I knew what I saw. And the worst part, I wasn't sure if the dreams were dreams anymore. I had to know if I was losing my mind, so I went back through the security tapes again. I watched the footage from the last 3 nights. Nothing much happened. A few camera glitches, lights flickering. Then I saw something on the footage from 2 nights ago. At 2:41 a.m., the camera showed me walking into the freezer room. That didn't make sense. I wasn't on shift that night. I had called in sick. I stayed home. I didn't leave my bed. But there I was, clear as day, same jacket, same shoes, walking down the hallway with a blank look on my face. I fast-forwarded. The video showed me standing in front of drawer 7, just standing there for almost 10 minutes, not moving, not opening the drawer, just staring at it. Then I leaned in, put both hands on the metal surface, and smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It was wide, too wide. Then the video, glitched. When it cleared, the drawer was open, and I was gone. I paused the footage and stared at the screen. My chest felt tight. My mouth was dry. I checked the timestamp again. 2:41 a.m. I looked at my phone calendar. That was the same night I had the dream about being zipped into the bag. The one where I couldn't move. The one where I saw the light flicker above me. I checked my phone's location data. It showed I was home. So how could I be in two places at once? I closed the feed and walked down the hallway. The morgue was quiet, too quiet. I opened the freezer room. Drawer 7 was closed, but this time there was a single fingerprint on the handle. I hadn't touched it since the night before. I checked my hands. There was a smudge on my right index finger. Faint, like ash. I turned and walked out. Went back to the office. Didn't say anything. Didn't tell anyone. Because I was starting to think maybe I really was in that room. That maybe I was the one opening the drawer, and I didn't even know it. I needed help. I couldn't trust the tapes. I couldn't trust my dreams. I couldn't even trust my own memory, so I looked up an old contact, a retired coroner named Ellis. He used to work at the same building years ago, before my time. I found his number in an old logbook. He picked up after 2 rings. Hello. Hi, Mr. Ellis. My name's Mark. I work nights at County Morgue. I think something's happening with one of the bodies. He didn't say anything right away. Then he asked, Drawer 7. My blood went cold. How did you know that? He sighed. Because it's not the first time. I told him everything. The warm skin, the drawer opening, the dreams, the footage. When I finished, he said, there was one back in 97. Same thing, unclaimed. No ID, showed up with no paperwork, just appeared. What did you do with it? I asked. We tried to track it. No leads. The body stayed for 3 days. Then one morning, gone, like stolen. No, just gone. Drawer locked, alarm system fine, no break-in, but something else was there. What? He paused. Another body. I felt sick. We never figured that out. Male, about the same size. But it wasn't the same man. It had different clothes, different marks. We ran prints. Nothing came back. What did you do with that one? He lowered his voice. We burned it. That word stuck in my head. Burned, double quotes, and that ended it. I asked, for us, yeah. But listen to me. He stopped and took a shaky breath. Don't stay alone with it. Don't talk to it. And don't dream near it. What do you mean, dream near it? It needs someone. Someone to hold on to. If you're dreaming about it, it's already close. I didn't say anything. Then he said one more thing. If it's still unclaimed, that means it hasn't found the right one yet. I hung up. I didn't go back to the freezer room that night, but I left a note on my desk. If I don't come in tomorrow, check drawer 7 and look inside very carefully. I came in early the next night. I didn't clock in. I didn't say hi to anyone. I went straight to the freezer. Drawer 7 was locked, same as always, but I didn't feel like it was waiting inside the drawer anymore. I felt like it was waiting behind me. I grabbed the key and opened it. The corpse was there, same face, same hair, same blank expression, but now the eyes were wide open, staring right at me. I backed up fast, almost tripped. Then I did something I shouldn't have. I spoke. What do you want from me? No answer, of course, just silence. Then I whispered, who are you? And the light above me flickered. Just once, I closed the drawer and locked it again. I should have left, should have run, but I didn't. Instead, I pulled the gurney out of storage and wheeled it next to the table. I had a plan. Not a smart one, but a plan. I was going to take the body to the furnace room. We had one downstairs, rarely used, mostly for medical waste. I wasn't supposed to use it, but I didn't care anymore. I rolled the corpse down the hall. It felt heavier than it should. Like every step made it harder to push. When I reached the furnace room, I hesitated. Something told me not to go in, but I opened the door anyway. The lights inside were already on. I hadn't turned them on. I wheeled the gurney toward the furnace. Then I looked down. The body was gone. The sheet was still there, still tucked in, but the corpse, nothing. I turned around, and there I was, lying on the cold floor, eyes closed, chest not moving, dead. I looked at my own hands. They were pale. I touched my chest. I couldn't feel a heartbeat. Then I heard the door open behind me. Footsteps. A new assistant walked in, younger, nervous. He looked around, confused. Hello. He didn't see me. He saw the body on the floor. My body and ran to get help. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I wasn't there anymore. I had been claimed, and the corpse, it had taken my place. I don't know how long I've been like this. I can't move, can't speak. I see everything from somewhere outside myself, like I'm watching through glass. They found my body. They said I had a heart attack. No signs of struggle. Nothing strange on the cameras except for static. 5 seconds of static right before I collapsed. That's all. Now there's a new guy working nights. I don't know his name. Doesn't matter. He works the same shift, same room, and he's already made the same mistake. He opened drawer 7. They brought in a new body too. Nights ago, male, mid-30s. No ID, no wounds. Same tag on the clipboard. No one claimed the corpse. I tried to scream when I saw it. I couldn't. I can only watch now. The new guy hears noises sometimes. Looks over his shoulder. Checks the camera. He thinks he's just tired. I thought that too. Last night, he had a dream. He saw himself inside a body bag. He doesn't know it yet, but the corpse is waiting, just like it waited for me, and when it's ready, it'll claim him, too. Can you hear me? I don't know if this will reach anyone. I don't even know where I am anymore. I'm not in my body. I don't sleep. I don't blink. I just exist, trapped. Sometimes I feel the cold metal of the drawer. Sometimes I'm floating above the room. But I'm always here. Watching, waiting. I think that's what it wants. Not to kill, not to hurt. Just to trade, to find someone, to be someone. And once it takes your place, you go where it was. Now I understand what the coroner meant. Why he burned the last one. But no one will burn this body. Because now it looks like me. Smiles like me. Works like me. No one will ever know. It's not me, except the next person. The next one it wants. If you're listening to this, if you ever see a drawer left slightly open, if a body shows up with no name, walk away. Don't ask questions. Don't stay late, and whatever you do, don't look it in the eyes. I worked the night shift at a cemetery. I wasn't alone. I got the job through a friend of a friend. Night shift security at an old cemetery, just outside of town. The pay was decent, and I needed quiet work. No people, no rush, just me, a flashlight, and a clipboard. On my first night, I met the manager. His name was Keith. He was an older guy, didn't talk much. "This place runs itself," he said. "Just check the gates every 2 hours. Walk the paths. Write down anything unusual." "What kind of unusual?" I asked. He shrugged. "Probably nothing. Stray animals, teenagers sneaking in. Don't overthink it." He gave me a printed map, a thick coat, and a set of keys. "Main gate locks from inside," he said. "Lock it after dark. No one gets in. No one should be here after sunset." That part stuck with me. No one should be here. At 10 p.m., I started my first patrol. There were hundreds of gravestones, some clean and new, others old and cracked. The place went on for what felt like miles. The air was still, the kind of still that presses on your skin. I walked the fence line, checked the locks. Everything was fine. Then I logged my patrol and sat in the office. The office was small, just a desk, a heater, and a monitor with 4 camera feeds, 1 for the gate, 2 for the paths, and 1 for the old mausoleum in the back. At midnight, I did my second patrol, same walk, same silence, except this time I stopped, near the far west path. I thought I saw someone between the trees. Just for a second, a shape. It didn't move, just stood still, not close enough to see clearly. I raised my flashlight. Nothing there. I told myself it was a shadow or a statue. Maybe I was just jumpy. Still, I picked up the pace and made my way back in the office. I checked the cameras. Nothing moved, but something didn't feel right. I watched the mausoleum feed for a while. The old stone building just sat there, quiet, like it had for 100 years. But I couldn't stop thinking about the shape I saw, or thought I saw. At 2 a.m., I walked the path again. I kept my light low, trying not to spook myself. I passed by the same trees. Nothing there. But when I turned to leave, I felt something, like eyes on the back of my neck. I spun around, still nothing. I laughed a little under my breath, told myself I was just getting used to the place. I mean, it's a cemetery. It's supposed to be creepy, right? That's what I told myself all the way back to the office. At 6 a.m., the sun started to rise. Keith showed up with coffee. "How was it?" he asked. "Quiet," I said. He nodded. "Good. Let's hope it stays that way." But I wasn't so sure. There was nothing wrong with the job. Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something knew I was there. The second night felt easier. I had the routine down, check the gates, walk the paths, write it all down. I brought the map Keith gave me and folded it into my jacket pocket. It showed all the paths, numbered rows, the mausoleum, even the tool shed. Around midnight, I started the long patrol loop. The far west side of the cemetery had fewer lights, but I knew the route now. Halfway through, I noticed something strange. There was a narrow path between 2 thick bushes. It looked like it hadn't been used in a long time, overgrown and muddy. I hadn't seen it the night before. I pulled out the map and checked the spot. Nothing, no path, no row, just a blank space between sections 6 and 7. But the path was right in front of me. I should have ignored it, but I stepped in. It curved left, then right, then opened into a small clearing. Maybe 15 or 20 graves sat in a circle around. A dead tree, The headstones were crumbling. Most had no names, left just smooth stone, eaten by time. A few had deep, crooked lines where letters used to be. I crouched to read one, but the writing was gone. Wiped clean. I pulled out my flashlight and aimed it at the tree. Something had been nailed to it once. There were rusty holes in the bark. I didn't know what this place was. It didn't feel right. Backed out and returned to the main path fast. Back at the office, I opened the drawer where we keep the old maps. Maybe mine was missing something. But even the maps from years ago didn't show that path. It didn't exist on paper, anyway. I marked the spot with a red pen just in case. The next night I went back to see if it was still there. I found the same bushes, the same opening, but something was off. The clearing looked ... different. The tree wasn't dead anymore. It had leaves. Not full, but enough to notice. And the graves were in new spots. I was sure of it. They weren't in a circle. Anymore, they were in 2 rows, straight, clean. And one of the headstones had a name now. I didn't go close enough to read it. I just stood there, staring at it, feeling cold all over. I walked away fast, trying to shake the feeling that the place had moved when I wasn't looking. Back in the office, I checked the red mark I'd drawn on my map. It was gone, the pen mark. Just gone, like the paper had erased it. I looked at the camera feed for the back section, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. I didn't tell Keith. What was I supposed to say? Hey, the map's wrong and the graves are shifting around. He'd think I was messing with him, so I kept quiet. But I kept the map in my jacket, and every time I passed that part of the grounds, I made sure not to step off the main path. By the 3rd night, I was jumpy. Every sound made me stop. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Still, nothing had happened. No proof, just weird feelings and a wrong map. I told myself to get it together. It was just a job. Just a place full of old stones and dead trees. At midnight, I started the patrol. The air felt heavy that night. Not cold, just ... thick. Like the kind of air before a storm. I followed the path past the west side, but didn't go near the hidden clearing again. Not yet. I checked the mausoleum cameras, still blank. That feed never worked right. Keith said it was just a bad wire, but it only ever glitched at night. Around 1:30 a.m., I was walking along the middle path when I heard something ... At first, I thought it was wind through the trees, but then I stopped walking and it didn't stop. A soft voice, whispering far away but clear. I turned and scanned the graves. Nothing moved. I walked a few steps. The whisper followed. I stood still again, holding my breath. That's when I heard it. A name whispered low, like someone breathing through a crack in the wall. I couldn't make it out. Just a faint, broken sound. Ixer, or maybe Kerr. I spun around. No one there. I walked faster. Didn't run, just moved quick, trying not to look back. Then I pulled out my phone and started recording. I didn't say anything, just held it up as I walked. The whisper stopped after about 30 seconds. Back in the office, I played the recording. For the first minute, it was just my footsteps. Then a pause. Then, very faint, something came through the speaker. One word. Stay. That was it. No other voice. No noise. I played it 5 times. It was real. I showed Keith the next morning. He listened with a straight face, then handed me back the phone. Old stone shifts when it gets cold, he said. Air moves through cracks, makes noise. That doesn't sound like stone, he shrugged. I've heard worse. That was all he said. Like none of it was weird. Like it happened all the time. I looked at the cemetery. As the sun came up, it looked the same. But I knew better now. It wasn't just shadows and bad wiring. There was something else out there, and it wanted me to stay. I started dreading the walk. Past the mausoleum. It sat deep in the cemetery, away from the main paths. The camera that watched it glitched almost every night. Black screen, static, then fine again by sunrise. Keith said, "Don't worry about it. Nothing ever happens out there." He was wrong. On my fourth night, I was doing the 2 a.m. patrol. Fog had rolled in, not thick, but enough to blur things at a distance. I followed my usual loop. When I turned the corner near the mausoleum, I stopped. Someone was standing there, right beside the building. A tall figure, thin, just barely visible through the fog. I thought it was a statue at first. Some old monument I hadn't noticed before, but then it moved. Not much, just the head. Turning slowly in my direction, I blinked, raised my flashlight, and aimed it at the spot. Nothing there, just grass and stone. I walked over, heart pounding. No footprints, no signs anyone had been standing there. I told myself it was a trick of the light. My eyes were tired. I was seeing things. But the next night, I saw him again. Same time. Same place. He was closer this time, 10, maybe 15 feet from the path, still watching. I didn't move, just stared. I thought about calling out, but something told me not to. I took one step back. He didn't move. Then the flashlight flickered just for a second. When it came back on, he was gone, just gone. I searched the area. Nothing. No one could have run off that fast. Not in the fog. Not without making a sound. Back in the office, I checked the camera feed. It was black dot. Same exact minute I saw him. No image, just darkness. That made it worse. It meant I wasn't imagining it. It had happened the next day. I asked Keith again, "Has anyone ever been buried in the mausoleum? Like recently?" He looked at me for a second, then said, "That place hasn't been opened in 20 years. It's sealed." "What about visitors? Anyone ever hang around it?" He shook his head. "Nobody goes near it. Not even the grounds." "Crew, why?" I didn't answer. I just nodded and walked away. But deep down, I knew why. Because whatever was out there, it wasn't a visitor, and it wasn't there to be seen. It was there to watch. I started avoiding the mausoleum path. Took longer routes. Stayed closer to the lights. I didn't want to see that man again, but the cemetery didn't care what I wanted. On my 5th night, something new happened. During the 1 a.m. patrol, I passed a grave that made me stop. It was near Section 7, close to that missing path I'd found before. I had passed this row dozens of times already, but this headstone was different. Not because of its shape, or where it was, because it had my last name on it. Same spelling, same initials. I froze. I bent down to look closer. The stone looked old-like. It had been there for years, but I was sure it hadn't been there the night before. The engraving was deep, but the middle name was still blank. Just a letter. It read, T. Parker, that's me. Mark T. Parker. My heart started pounding. I took a picture with my phone, just to prove it to myself. Back in the office, I opened the cemetery database. I typed in the name, no result. I checked by section number. Still nothing, No grave listed in that row at all. It didn't make sense, so I asked Keith in the morning, "Hey, do we ever get headstones added without paperwork?" He gave me a weird look. "No, not unless it's scheduled." "Why? There's one with my last name. It looks new, sort of." He laughed a little. "That grave's been there longer than I have." I didn't believe him when he left. I checked the photo again. The name was still there. The letters sharp, clean. I zoomed in and stared at it for a long time. The next night, I went straight to that spot and froze again, because this time the full name was there. Mark Thomas Parker, my full name, and underneath it date of death, blank, just an empty space. Like it was waiting. I stepped back, shaking. I didn't remember. Walking there, it was like something pulled me. The ground felt soft under my feet. Too soft. I turned and walked away fast, trying not to look back. I didn't sleep when I got home. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the grave, my name, the empty date, and somehow I knew that blank space was getting ready to fill itself in. Now I was counting the nights, 6 shifts in, and everything felt worse. The grave with my name, the whispers, the man by the mausoleum that kept telling myself it wasn't real, that I was tired, stressed, seeing things. But then the back gate started opening on its own. I always checked it first thing after clocking in, locked it, double-checked it, but by 3 a.m. it was always open, just slightly, swinging in the wind like someone had pushed it and walked through it first. I thought it was a kid messing around, or maybe Keith testing me, but I never saw anyone come in or out. I checked the camera facing the gate, and all I got was static. Every single time the gate was found open. The footage for that exact moment was nothing but white noise, like the system blinked like it didn't want to see. I told Keith. He barely reacted. "Old wiring," he said. "Those cameras go out all the time." "But only when the gate opens?" I asked. He just shrugged. The next night, I tried something different. I placed a plastic cup right behind the gate, carefully balanced, so if anyone opened it, it would fall over. I also drew a line in the dirt with my boot, a clear mark that someone would have to step over. Then I walked my loop like normal. When I came back 2 hours later, the gate was open, the cup was still standing, and the dirt line was untouched. It was like the gate had opened without anyone going through it at all, or like someone stepped over without touching the ground. That made my skin crawl. I closed it again, locked it, triple-checked it this time, but the camera, still static, no movement, no image back in the office. I stared at the blank screen. Then I watched all the feeds in fast dash forward at exactly 3:16 a.m. Every feed glitched for 2 seconds. When it came back, the gate was wide open. Everything else stayed the same. Nothing else moved. It was just the gate, and the air around it looked strange, like a shimmer, like heat rising off pavement. I paused the video and leaned closer. There was something there. Not a shape exactly, but a dark spot. Not a shadow, something standing just outside the camera's reach, watching, waiting. I turned off the monitor and just sat there. For the first time since I took the job, I considered walking out, but I didn't, because I was afraid if I left through that gate, it might follow me out. It was my 7th night on the job. I hadn't slept much, maybe 2 hours the whole day. I kept thinking about the gate, the whispers, the grave with my name. And now, every time I passed a shadow, I looked twice because I never knew if it was just a tree, or that tall figure by the mausoleum again. That night, something new happened. At around 2:45 a.m., I was walking the eastern section. I took a shortcut through a gravel path near the tool shed, and that's when I saw it. A fresh grave. The dirt was piled high. No grass, no flowers, no headstone, just a hole, wide open and deep. I stopped. There wasn't a burial scheduled. I checked the calendar at the start of every shift. No new arrivals, no work orders, no backhoe, but here it was, a perfect rectangle, 6 feet deep, like it had been dug by hand. I leaned forward and looked down into it. No coffin, no marker, just dark, loose soil and the smell of earth. I backed away slowly. Then I radioed Keith. Hey, ... Did anyone dig out a grave in Section 5? He crackled back. What are you talking about? There's a fresh hole here. Looks new. No tag, no casket. Are you sure you're in the right section? Yeah, I've walked this path every night. This wasn't here before. He didn't answer right away. Then leave it alone. We'll check it in the morning. I stared at the grave a few more seconds. Something about it felt wrong. Not just the way it looked, but the way the air around it felt. Still, pressured, like standing next to something, breathing without sound. I turned and walked back. Didn't look over my shoulder once, but I felt like I was being followed all the way back to the office. The rest of the night was quiet. No camera glitches, no open gates, but the next evening, right after clocking in, I went back to check, and the grave was gone. The dirt was smooth. Grass had been rolled back over it, like it had never been there. No hole, no mound, no signs of digging. I stood there, staring, thinking maybe I got the spot wrong. So I paced it 10 steps from the shed, 7 steps to the right, exactly where it was. But nothing. I checked the cameras, rewound the feed from the night before, and the weirdest part, there was no footage of me walking there. The video jumped from 2:44 a.m. to 2:53 a.m. 9 minutes gone. The same amount of time I'd been standing in front of that open grave and right before the feed cut out. One frame showed something strange, a flicker of movement in the far corner, something rising, something pulling itself out of the hole. I paused it, zoomed in, but it was too dark to see. And the next frame, just grass. Night 8. I was different now, more tired, more paranoid, more unsure of what was real. I couldn't stop thinking about that grave, the way it had vanished, the missing footage, that dark shape climbing out. I barely spoke to Keith anymore. He acted like nothing was wrong, anything to report. He asked casually that night. No, I said, because I didn't know how to explain what was happening, and honestly, I didn't think he'd believe me. At 3 a.m., I finished my patrol and sat in the office. I was dead tired, but didn't want to fall asleep, so I pulled up the previous night's footage, the full loop, and that's when I noticed something I couldn't explain. Around 4:12 a.m. on the camera near the old oak path, I saw myself walking, same coat, same flashlight, same way I walk, but I wasn't there. I didn't patrol that area at that time. I paused the video and stared. It was me, down to the tiny rip on my sleeve. I checked the logs. My notes said I was in Section 2 at 4:12 a.m. I even had a timestamp, but the person on camera was in section 6. At the same time, I re-watched it again. Whoever it was moved slowly, didn't look around, just walked to the tree line and stopped. Then it turned, faced the camera. I froze. Its face was mine, but the eyes were wrong. Empty, too wide. No blinking, then the screen went static for 3 seconds. When the feed came back, it was gone. I sat there, staring at the black monitor. Then I did something stupid. I turned the camera and pointed it at the office. Windows switched the feed to live, and saw myself sitting at the desk, but I wasn't moving. I was just staring into the screen. Not blinking, not breathing. I turned my head toward the window behind me. There was no reflection, just glass and blackness. No office light, no flicker from the monitor, nothing. I turned back to the feed, still sitting there, still staring. I reached over and unplugged the camera. The screen went dark. I didn't sleep the next morning. COULD in single quotes, because one thought kept crawling through my head. If that wasn't me, then who's been walking the cemetery at night? 9th night, I almost didn't come in, but something pulled me back. I wanted answers. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Again the grave, the shadow, the other me. Maybe I wanted proof I was going crazy. But what I found was worse. During my 2 a.m. round, I went straight to section 7, to the grave with my name on it. I hadn't checked it in a few nights. I thought maybe it was just some sick joke. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But when I got there, it wasn't a joke. The grave was different. Now it had my full name, my birth date, and a new line underneath. Date of death, July 12th. That's today. I froze. My chest tightened, like something had wrapped around my ribs. I knelt down, touched the stone. The engraving was clean, fresh. I checked the cemetery system again. There was no record of this burial. No stone ordered. No grave dug. But it was here, real, and it had me written on it. I went back to the office and opened the employee. Rostered my name was there, but something was off. Next to my name, in the status column, it didn't say active, it said deceased. I tried refreshing. Same thing. I opened my employee ID profile. Under the photo, it showed a black and white version of my face, and a note, final shift completed. I stared at the screen, not breathing. I called Keith, no answer. I checked the cameras and flipped through every feed in the camera by the tool shed. I saw movement, someone walking. It was me again. Same jacket, same walk. Only this time, it was walking toward the office. Fast. I jumped out of the chair and ran to the door. Swung it open. Flashlight up. No one there. I ran back to the monitor. The camera now showed the office from outside, and someone me was standing at the window looking in, but I was already inside. I turned to the window slowly. Nothing, just black glass, no face, no reflection, no light. And then I noticed something else. The clipboard where I logged my patrols, it was gone. In its place was a folded piece of paper. I picked it up and opened it. There were only 3 words. It's your turn. 10th night. I shouldn't have come back. I don't even remember driving here. I just... The gate was already open when I arrived. Keith's truck wasn't there. The office lights were off. The whole place felt different, empty, but not quiet, like something was waiting. I walked inside and sat at the desk. The monitors were dead. No feed, no static, just black screens. The clipboard was gone. My keys to Dot, only one thing sat on the desk now. That folded paper. It's your turn. Didn't know what it meant before. I do now. I left the office and walked the path. Not because I wanted to, because I had to. Every step felt heavy, slow, like I was walking through thick water. I passed graves I recognized. Others I didn't. Then I saw it, my grave, the one with my name, my birthday, and now full death date, July 12th. The grass around it had been freshly cut. The soil looked firm, settled, as if the ground had already swallowed something. I stood there a long time. Then I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, no one, but I felt it. Like someone breathing right beside me, like someone else was standing in my place. I ran back to the gate, back to my car. But when I got there was no car, just more headstones. A path I didn't recognize, and behind me, the cemetery stretched out forever, wider, deeper, like it had grown. I ran toward the office. But when I reached it, the door was gone. Just brick wall where the entrance should have been. I pounded on it, yelled, but no one answered, and then I saw the cameras. They were working again. All 4 screens, clear as day, only one of them showed. Movement, the gate camera. A man stood there, same coat, same flashlight, same face. He walked in through the gate, slowly, steady steps. Then another feed blinked on. The middle path. He was walking there too. Then the toolshed feed. He was there again. 3 of me, walking different parts of the cemetery at once. I stepped back, heart racing, and on the 4th feed, the mausoleum, I saw the last version. He was standing still, looking right into the camera. He smiled. I turned off the screens, sat down in the chair, and waited. I don't think there's a way out. Not really. The shift doesn't end. The gate doesn't lead anywhere anymore, and every night, someone new walks in, just like I did. They'll sit at this desk. They'll walk the same paths. They'll see the same grave, their grave, and one day they'll understand what I do now. You don't get fired from this job. You don't quit. You just become the one who stays. We buried my uncle. 3 days later, he called. May hadn't seen Uncle Ray in almost 6 months, and now I was standing over his closed casket. They said it was a car crash. Fast, bad, no, open casket option. That was all they told me. The service was held at a small church just outside town. Nothing big, no music, no slideshow, just silence and cheap flowers. Everyone in my family sat like statues, not crying, not talking, just blank. My mum whispered to me, "We don't need to stay long," but I stayed. I didn't move for a while. Uncle Ray had raised me more than my own dad. He taught me how to ride a bike, how to fix things. He was funny, weird, always had some wild story to tell. And now he was in a box I couldn't even look inside. That didn't feel right. I kept staring at the casket. It looked too small, like he wasn't in there. I whispered, "Are you really in there, Ray?" No answer, of course. Just a cold wooden box with shiny handles. I tried to talk to my cousin Beth after the service. She avoided me. "Sorry about Ray," I said. She nodded, looked over her shoulder, and walked away fast. No one stayed long, not even the pastor. They finished the burial that afternoon, with just a few people watching. No speeches, no stories, just dirt hitting the lid. I stayed after everyone left, just me and the fresh grave, and something about the whole thing felt off. Wrong. Ray's house had already been cleared out, his phone disconnected, his will signed and processed in 2 days. Too fast, like they couldn't wait to get it over with, like they were hiding something. When I asked Mum about the accident, she just said it was messy. He died instantly. I said, "Where did it happen?" She paused. "On a back road, near the hills." He went off the road, alone. I think so. Why? No reason. But there was a reason. Ray always told me, if I ever go quiet, it's not by choice. That sentence hit me hard now. He used to joke about people who faked their deaths. Said, "If you ever hear I'm gone, wait 3 days, then check your phone." I thought he was joking. Maybe he wasn't. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the service, about how no one cried, how fast everything moved, how the casket stayed shut. Why, if it was just a normal crash, why hide him? Why not let us say goodbye? And if that really was Ray in the ground, why did it feel like he was still close, still watching, still waiting? 3 days after the funeral, my phone rang. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. It was just past 2 a.m. The screen lit up. Uncle Ray Mobile. I sat straight up. I stared at the name like I didn't know how to read. It didn't make sense. His phone had been turned off. My mum told me the number was cancelled. I even tried calling it after. The funeral just got a dead line. But now, it was calling me. I didn't answer. I let it ring until it stopped. Then came the voicemail notification. My hands were shaking when I tapped it open. There was a pause, 5 seconds of silence. Then I heard it, his voice, garbage quality. Audio, fuzzy, broken. But it was him. He whispered my name. "Hey, it's me." Then static. Then something else. Slow, careful. "I didn't die right." Click. That was it. I replayed it 5 times. Same thing every time. Same words. Same tone. Like he was in a closet, whispering into a mic with someone right behind him. I saved the message. I called the number back. "This number is not in service." I checked the call log. The number wasn't there anymore. Just gone, like the phone had never rung. but the voicemail was still saved. I put the phone down and stared at the wall for a long time. I didn't sleep. In the morning, I asked Mum again, "Are you sure they ID'd Ray's body?" She gave me a weird look. "Yes, why? Did you see him?" "No, they said we shouldn't. Too much damage. Why are you asking this?" I lied. "Just wondering." She walked off, shaking her head. I went to Ray's old house later that day. It was already sold, locked up. A new car was in the driveway, like he'd never been there. I kept hearing his voice in my head. I didn't die right. What did that even mean? Did someone fake his death? Was he hurt and trying to reach me? Was he buried alive? No, that's impossible, right? That night, I played the voicemail again, this time through headphones. There was something new I hadn't noticed. In the background, behind the static, behind Ray's voice, another sound, knocking tree. Slow knocks, like someone banging from inside. Something like a coffin. I stopped the recording. I sat in the dark and just listened to the room. And in that silence, I thought I heard knocking again. But this time, it wasn't in the headphones. It was coming from downstairs. The next morning, I checked the voicemail again. Still there. Same message, same knocks. But now, I noticed something else. The file didn't have a TIMES, TAMP. No date, no time. Just unknown. That's not normal. Every voicemail shows when it came in. I tried to save it to my computer, just in case, but it wouldn't copy, wouldn't email, wouldn't upload. Every time I tried, the screen froze. It was like the message didn't want to leave the phone. I called the phone company next, gave them Ray's old number. The guy on the line said that number hasn't been active since last Friday. I said no. I got a call from it last night. He paused, then said, "You didn't." "I have the voicemail. Sir, I can see the record. No calls came from that number. Not to you, not to anyone. And even if someone tried, the SIM is dead." Click. He hung up now. I was really starting to lose it. I went for a drive, just to clear my head. But somehow, I ended up at the cemetery again. I didn't plan to go there. I just drove and wound up in the lot. I walked past the graves. Ray's was in the back row near a tall tree. As I got closer, I noticed the dirt looked different. Still fresh, still loose, like it had been touched again. I looked around. Number workers, no wheelbarrows, no tools. But the soil was uneven, like someone had dug into it and covered it again. I reached down and ran my fingers over the ground, soft, damp, still unsettled. Suddenly, a voice behind me said, "You looking for someone?" I jumped. It was a man in coveralls. "Groundskeeper, I guess." I said, "My uncle's buried here, Ray." He looked at the grave, then at me. "You're not the first one to come back," he said. "What do you mean?" He scratched his head. "People visit that one more than most. Weird thing is, I never see M arrive, but I always find footprints." He pointed to the edge of the grass. Small prints, like someone stood there watching the grave for hours. I asked, "Who's been coming here?" He just shook his head. "Nobody." "I know." Then he walked off. I knelt beside the grave, put my hand flat against the dirt. It felt warm, too. Warm. I stood up and backed away. But I didn't go home. I drove to a phone store and asked them to trace a number. Ray's old one. The clerk typed it in and frowned. "Strange," he said. This number has a call log from yesterday. Only one call made. To who? He turned the screen so I could see. My name, my number, my phone. I asked, where was it made from? He clicked, paused, then looked confused. It shows no tower, no signal point. Then how did the call go through? He didn't answer. He just slowly turned the monitor off and said, I think you should go. I couldn't stop thinking about what the phone guy said. No tower, no signal, but the call still happened. That night, I pulled out an old box of Uncle Ray's stuff he'd given me years ago. Random tools, old maps, a few notebooks. I never really went through it until now. One notebook stood out, black. Cover, torn edge. Just a single word written on the front, slips. Inside, the pages were full of notes, dates, times, places, and short, creepy lines, like I felt the day restart. He called me after I buried him. Don't trust what comes back. I flipped through, heart racing. One page had my name, no joke, my full name, and next to it, he won't believe it yet. I slammed the book shut. Was this a prank? Was Ray messing with me? Had he written this before he died, or after? I opened another box from his house. It had newspaper clippings, all local, all with the same theme. People who died and came back. One article from 1993 said, man presumed dead in house fire shows up 3 days later, confused, weak, but unharmed. Says he remembers burning, then nothing. Another one, local woman's voice leaves voicemail 2 days after her burial. Family too scared to open the casket for proof. I didn't know what to think anymore. This wasn't just about Ray. This had happened before. Maybe not often, maybe not publicly, but it had happened. And Ray, he knew. Maybe he was studying it, preparing for it. There was a small brass key at the bottom of the box. It had a number on it. Paul Box Caseratus Delapampul Bilan. I went to the post office the next morning. The box was still active. The clerk said it was prepaid for 10 years. He handed me the mail inside just one envelope, no stamp, no name. I opened it right there. Inside was a letter dated 4 days ago, one day after we buried him. It was in Ray's handwriting. If you're reading this, then something's gone wrong. You've probably heard from me. I told you not to answer. You did anyway. It's not over yet. Don't dig. Don't call back. Don't listen too long. It's not just me anymore. That was it. No signature. Just those words. It's not just me anymore. I folded the letter and left the post office feeling cold all over. Something had come back with Ray, something that could use his voice, and it was still trying to reach me. That night, my phone rang again, same number. Uncle Ray, mobile sane, time 2:03 a.m. I didn't answer. I stared at the screen until it stopped ringing. Then came the voicemail. I waited a minute before playing it. Deep breath, tap tap. There was a soft hiss, then a click, then his voice, clearer. This time, not whispering, hey, ... I know you're scared. Pause. I messed up. I shouldn't have called. But I need help. I froze. My heart was pounding. I'm not where I'm supposed to be, Ray said. Then he said something that made my skin crawl. They buried the wrong part. More static. I'm not all here. Then silence. For a full 10 seconds. Nothing. Then 3. Knocks. Soft. Slow. Distant. Then a second voice. Low. Not Ray, it said. He's almost out. Click. End of message. I dropped the phone on the bed. I sat there in the dark, staring at the screen. I didn't know what to believe anymore. Ray sounded real, like himself, but the second voice, that didn't sound human. I couldn't sleep. At 3 a.m. I drove to the cemetery. Again, I didn't plan to. I just ended up there. Ray's grave looked the same. Same stone, same flowers, same silence. But when I leaned in closer, I heard something from the ground. A voice, muffled, like someone calling from far below. It was saying my name. I stepped back, nearly tripped. Nope, I ran back to my car. But when I got in and turned the key, the radio came on. I never leave the radio on. It was tuned to static then. Through the fuzz, I heard him again. Don't leave me here. I turned the car off. I didn't go home. I sat in that parking lot till sunrise, thinking about what he said. They buried the wrong part. What does that even mean? What part? And what's trying to come out? I didn't want to go back, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The voice, the knocks, that message, they buried the wrong part. What does that mean? What's left? What's missing? By sunset, I had made up my mind. I packed a flashlight, gloves, and a small shovel. I wasn't going to dig all the way down. I just needed to see if anything had changed. Something, anything to prove I wasn't losing it. When I got to the cemetery, it was empty. Quiet, too quiet. I walked straight to Ray's grave. My flashlight flickered once, then held steady. The dirt looked the same, but I could feel something was off. I knelt down and pressed my ear to the ground. Nothing, then thump. Just one, like something hitting wood from underneath. I jumped back. My flashlight slipped from my hand. I should have left right then, but I do instead. I picked up the shovel, started scraping slow. Careful, just the top layer. I only made it a foot down when I hit something hard, not a coffin stone. I brushed off the dirt with my hands. There was a small plaque buried there. It had my name on it. Full name, date of birth, no date of death, just blank space. I froze. Why would something with my name be buried over Ray's grave? I stood up, shaking. Behind me, I heard footsteps on gravel. I turned fast. Nothing there, but my flashlight was off again. I picked it up and flicked it back on, and then I saw them footprints, fresh leading away from the grave, but not mine, too big. Longer stride, barefoot. I followed them for a few feet before they stopped completely. Not faded, just ... gone, like the person vanished mid-step. I turned around, fast, heart pounding. Still alone, at least, I thought I was. I ran back to my car, locked the doors, sat there, breathing hard. Then my phone buzzed. A text, unknown number message. Stop digging. I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I turned the phone off and drove straight home. Didn't sleep, couldn't, because one thing kept echoing in my mind. Ray didn't just die, he left something behind, and maybe it's not meant to stay. Buried. I hadn't been inside Ray's house since the funeral, but I still had the spare key. He gave it to me years ago, just in case. Now felt like the case. The house was already cleaned out by my aunt and cousin. Most of the furniture was gone. Shelves empty. Curtains removed. But when I walked in, it didn't feel empty. It felt like someone was still living there. I walked through each room slowly. The air smelt stale, like something had been sealed too long. Then I saw the door, back hallway, end of the house. I swear that door was never there before. It was narrow, almost hidden behind an old dresser, and it was locked. I didn't have a key that fit, but I noticed scratch marks around the knob, like someone had been opening it hard. I found a screwdriver in the kitchen drawer and forced it open. The door creaked loud as it swung inward. It was dark. One small bulb on the ceiling flickered, barely lighting the room. Inside were boxes, tapes, hundreds of them, all labeled by hand, all in Ray's handwriting. July 2nd, breathing. March 9th, dreamed in reverse. June 4th, he copied me, and one tape, alone on the desk, buried awake. I picked it up. There was a tape recorder next to it, still plugged in. I pressed play. Ray's voice came on, shaky, tired. If you found this, then you didn't listen. I told you not to dig. I told you not to follow the knocks. But now it's awake. Static. It's not just me anymore. I think it's using me, trying to pull others in. You'll start hearing your own voice next, then your name, then footsteps when no one's there, and when you try to leave, it'll bury you too. Click. The tape stopped. I stood frozen, still holding it. Something moved behind me. I turned fast. No one, but the door I came through now closed. I walked to it slowly, handshaking, and turned the knob, locked. I tried again, pulled harder, still locked. Then I heard something behind me, a soft creak, a slow breath. I didn't turn around. I just stared at the door and whispered, "Ray." No answer, only this, a voice, not mine, not Ray's, but close. It whispered, "Don't open the next door." I don't know how I got out. Maybe I blacked out. Maybe something let me go. All I remember is waking up in my car, parked outside the house. The key was gone, and the door. When I went back the next day, it wasn't there anymore. I tried not to answer the phone anymore. Every night it rang, same time, 2:03 a.m. Same number, Uncle Ray's, same message, known caller. I stopped checking the voicemails. I even tried turning my phone off. It still rang. I left it off for 3 days straight. But on the 4th night, I woke up to the ringtone anyway, loud and clear. Right beside my bed, the phone was still off. I threw it across the room, but it didn't stop. Finally, I gave in. I picked it up, answered, double quotes, "Hello." There was a pause. Then Ray's voice came through, slow, flat. "You took too long." His voice was strange, off somehow, like he was underwater. "Or far away," I whispered. "What do you want?" Another pause, then something colder answered. "You." I didn't say anything. The voice continued, but it wasn't Ray anymore. Not really, same tone, but not the right rhythm, like someone pretending to be him. "I remember being you," it said, "before the dirt, before the dark." I asked, "Who is this?" The voice chuckled. It sounded wet, like something with no lungs. "I needed a name," it said. "He gave me his. You'll give me yours." I almost dropped the phone. "You're not Ray." "No," it said. "He's still here, though, somewhere inside." Then it got quiet. I thought the call ended, but I heard something in the background, breathing, fast, like someone struggling, gagging. Then a second voice, "Ray," faint, broken. "Don't listen to him. It's not me. I never left. I'm still." The call cut off. I stared at the screen. No call record, no missed call, no recent contact, like nothing happened, but I knew it did. I heard him. He's still in there. Some part of Ray trapped, trying to reach out, and whatever else was speaking. It had his voice, his phone, maybe even his body, and now it wanted mine the next morning. I drove straight to the cemetery. I didn't care if it was crazy. I needed to see the grave to make sure he was still in it when I got there. The gate was already open. That was weird. It was barely 6 a.m. The place should have still been locked. I parked and walked fast, almost running back to Ray's grave. But when I got there, I froze. The grave was open, fresh dirt piled on both sides. The headstone was gone, so was the coffin. There was just a deep hole, like someone had dug him up, or he got out. I stepped closer, inside the hole. I saw something strange. It wasn't empty. There was no wood, no body, no bones at the bottom of the hole. It was a mirror, standing upright, like it didn't belong there. The glass was clean. No dirt on it at all, and what I saw inside made my stomach twist. It was me, but not me right now. I looked older, tired. My skin was pale. My eyes were off-wrong, like I was looking at myself from somewhere else. Then the reflection smiled. I didn't. I stepped back. The smile stayed. Then its lips moved. It didn't speak out loud, but I could hear it in my head. Almost ready, I turned and ran. Didn't look back. Didn't stop until I reached the car. But before I could unlock the door, my phone buzzed. New voicemail, no number, no ID, just one file name. Buried, too late. I played it, no voice this time, just soft breathing, like someone right behind me. Then a sound, slow, scraping like nails on a coffin lid. Then my name, spoken by my own voice, over and over, like I was already down there, calling myself to come join me. I deleted the voicemail, at least. I thought I did. But when I checked my phone later that night, it was back, only this time there were 3 more. All from me, same number, same voice, my voice. Each one was labeled with a dates that hadn't happened yet. Tomorrow, the day after, next week. I opened the first one. It was me, breathing hard, whispering, "I'm cold. I can't move. I don't know how long it's been." I skipped to the second. "They won't hear me. You won't either. I'm still here, still under." Then the third. "If you're hearing this, you're next." I deleted them again. Force shut my phone, even took the battery out. Didn't matter. They came back. The next day, people started saying I looked tired, sick, not myself. I told them I was fine. I wasn't. I heard my own voice even when the phone was off. In the car, in the mirror, in the static between TV channels, always saying the same things. Almost ready, don't hang up, you're already inside. That night, I got a call from my own number. I didn't answer, but I listened to the voicemail. This time, it wasn't my voice. It was Ray. Weak. Slow. I tried to stop it. I thought I could hold it in. I didn't know it could jump. Then he screamed, the most human sound I'd heard in weeks. Then silence. Then the other voice came back. Not Ray, not me. Just wrong. One breath left. Then click. Now I don't sleep. I don't leave the house. I check my phone every 5 minutes, and I've started to notice things around me changing. My face in the mirror doesn't always move with me. My voice echoes even when I'm not speaking. And the last time I called my mum, she asked why I sounded like I was underwater. I don't think I came back alone, or maybe I haven't come back at all yet. Maybe I'm still down there, still buried, still calling out, waiting for someone to pick up. I found a hidden camera in my hotel room. It was live streaming. I was driving through a small town I'd never heard of before. It was late, I was tired, and I just needed a place to sleep. My phone showed one hotel nearby. Nothing fancy, called Hillview Inn. I followed the map and pulled into the parking lot. It looked old, paint peeling off the walls. One flickering light near the front door. But I didn't care. I just wanted to rest. I walked into the lobby. It was dead silent. Man stood behind the front desk. Late 40s, thin eyes dark and sunken. He didn't smile. Room for one. I asked. He nodded, but didn't look up. He pushed a small paper toward me. Sign here, I signed. No ID check, no small talk. He slid a room key across the desk and, actual key, not a card. Room 103, end of the hall. That's it, I said. He didn't answer, just turned around and walked into the back office. Weird, I grabbed the key and my bag and headed to my room. The hallway was dim. Carpet smelled like mildew. Every step I took echoed like the building was hollow. Room 103 was the last one before. The exit door, I unlocked it and stepped inside. It looked fine. Bed was made. Bathroom looked clean. Lights worked, but something felt wrong. Not bad, just strange. Like the room had been cleaned too perfectly. No signs of anyone ever staying. Here, not even dust. Like it was waiting for me. I sat on the bed and let out a long breath. That's when I noticed the painting. It hung on the wall across from the bed. A dark forest scene. But the longer I looked at it, the more I noticed a tiny shape behind the trees. It looked like a face. I stood up and walked closer. Just a shadow, maybe, but it made me uneasy. I turned it to face the wall, sat back down, tried to relax, turned on the TV. Static. I flipped through the channels, nothing but fuzz. I turned it off and pulled out my phone. No signal. Great. I decided to shower and try to sleep. The water worked fine, lukewarm, no pressure. When I stepped out and looked in the mirror, I thought I saw something behind me just for a second. A blur, a shape. I turned fast. Nothing there. I laughed it off. I'm just tired, I whispered to myself. I got dressed, turned off the lights, and laid down. The bed was stiff. The pillow was thin. I stared at the ceiling. That's when I noticed the small black dot in the smoke detector. It looked like a camera lens. I sat up, grabbed the desk chair, and stood on it. I leaned in. There was definitely a small glass lens inside. Tiny. Red light. Blinking. Recording. I got down fast. My heart was racing. I checked the nightstand, the clock, even behind the lamp. Nothing else I could see, but I couldn't shake the feeling now. Something was watching me. I pulled the blanket up and tried to close my eyes, but even in the dark, I could feel it. That small, blinking light, right above me, still there, still watching. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that strange feeling, like I wasn't alone, like someone was standing right next to the bed. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just my brain playing tricks. But I couldn't stop thinking about the camera in the smoke detector. Why would it be there? Who put it there? I tried to ignore it, tossed and turned for what felt like hours. At one point, I sat up and looked straight at the blinking light. You better not be watching me, I whispered. I stared at it for a long time. It just blinked. Slow and steady, red. Red, red dot. I finally drifted off sometime after 3 a.m., but even asleep, I felt weird, like my dreams weren't really dreams. I remember lying in bed and seeing myself from above, like I was watching from the ceiling. I saw my own face, my eyes moving under my eyelids, like I was dreaming inside a dream. Then I saw something else, something next to me in the dark, a shape, standing perfectly still by the edge of the bed. I woke up with a jolt. It was still dark. Around 4:12 a.m., I sat up. My shirt was damp with sweat. I reached for my phone, no signal. Still I turned on the lamp. The room looked the same, but I noticed something new. The painting, the one I turned to face the wall. It was hanging the right way again, facing me. I got out of bed and checked it. My hands were shaking. I didn't touch it again. I just left it there. I sat back on the bed and stared at the TV. I hadn't turned it on, but now it was glowing, not loud. Just a low grey fuzz on the screen. Static. No sound. I picked up the remote and tried to turn it off. Nothing happened. The remote didn't work. I pressed the power button on the TV. Still nothing, just fuzz. Then I saw something. In the static, not a clear picture. More like shadows. Movement, a figure dot. It looked like someone standing in the middle of the screen. Not walking. Not doing anything, just standing there. I looked behind me. The room was empty. I looked back at the screen. The figure was gone. Then the screen went black. TV. Off. By itself. I sat there, frozen. I didn't move for 5, maybe 10 minutes. Then a soft sound broke the silence. Clicked. It came from the wall behind the headboard. Then again click, click, like someone was tapping something inside the wall. I put my ear against it. Nothing. I stayed awake until the sun came up. At 7 a.m. I packed my bag and went down to the front desk. But there was no one there. No staff, no sound, just an empty lobby. I thought about leaving right then, but for some reason, I didn't. I went back to room 103, and as I opened the door, I said to myself, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But the feeling was still there, stronger than before, like whatever was watching me was getting closer. I went back to room 103. The door creaked as it shut behind me. I stood there for a minute, holding my bag, just staring at the room. Nothing looked different, but it felt different, heavier like. The walls were holding their breath. I set my bag down and walked to the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face, hoping it would clear my head. That's when I noticed the mirror. It looked normal at first, but when I leaned in to wipe a smudge, I saw something strange. The glass had tiny scratches along the edges, almost like it had been taken out and put back in. I tapped it with my knuckle. It echoed, hollow. That didn't make sense. Behind a mirror should be a wall, not empty space. I pressed my ear against it. Nothing. Then I knocked again. This time it knocked back. Froze. It wasn't loud, just a soft tap. Tap, tap. I stepped away slowly, heart racing. Nope. Not dealing with that. But I couldn't stop looking at it. I went to my bag, grabbed a flashlight, and returned to the mirror. I shined the light around the frame and noticed a small gap in the bottom corner, like it could pop open. I took a deep breath, slid my fingers under the edge, and pulled. The mirror swung out like a door. Behind it wasn't a wall, it was a hole, a small square opening, just big enough to crawl through. Wires hung. Inside, all tangled. There was a camera mounted at the top, pointing straight into the bathroom. The red light was still blinking, recording. I felt sick. Someone had been watching me the whole time. Through the mirror, I leaned in a little more. The space behind the mirror stretched deeper than I thought. Not just a hole or tunnel. The air coming from inside was damp and smelled like metal. I called out, "Hello." My voice bounced back to me, quiet and slow. No answer. But then I heard something move, a soft scrape, like someone dragging their hand across the floor. Then a whisper. I don't know what it said. It was too low, but it was there. I shut the mirror fast and backed out of the bathroom. My chest was tight. My hands were shaking. I stood there in the middle of the room, not knowing what to do. Part of me wanted to grab my bag and run, but the other part, the curious, stupid part, wanted to know who was watching and why. I looked up at the smoke detector, again, still blinking, still watching. Then I noticed something on the wall above the TV. Another black dot, smaller. Another camera. How many were there? I started checking everything, the vent, the alarm clock, even the screw in the lamp base. All of it had been tampered with, wired, set up to watch me. I sat down on the edge of the bed. That's when I saw something new. My laptop, sitting on the desk where I left it, was open. I hadn't opened it, and on the screen was a video window, a live stream, and in the top corner, Room 103 live viewers, 48 underneath, a live chat. First message, he found the mirror. Second message, he's looking right at us. I stared at the screen, not moving. My laptop was on, even though I never touched it, and there it was, my hotel room. Live, the same bed, the same walls, even the little rip in the curtain behind me. I turned and looked at the curtain in real life. Same rip. Same everything. I looked back at the screen. The camera wasn't just in the bathroom, it was in the whole room. I clicked around the stream window. There was no way to turn it off. At the top of the video feed, it said, Room 103 live viewers, 53. The number kept going up. The chat was active. Scrolling fast. He's finally noticing. Don't tell him yet. He's funnier than the last one. Sit down, it's starting. My mouth went dry. This wasn't a security feed. It wasn't just recorded. People were watching me right now, laughing, commenting, waiting for what? I slammed the laptop shut. The room was dead quiet. I stood in the middle of it, staring at the smoke detector. How long had this been going on? Had they watched me shower, sleep? Were they watching other people too? I grabbed the mirror and opened it again. I leaned inside the tunnel and looked around with my flashlight. Further back, past the camera, were wires, bundles of them, running into holes in the wall, branching out. Whoever set this up didn't do it overnight. This took time, planning. I backed out and closed the mirror. Again, then something caught my eye. My phone screen lit up. A new message. No number, no name. Just, don't unplug anything. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a loud clack. That's when the TV turned on by itself. More static. Then it switched to a black screen with white text. Welcome back to the feed. Stay still. I froze. On screen, the stream of me started again, but something was off. I leaned in the corner of the feed, just behind me on the bed. There was a shape, faint, almost like a shadow, not moving. I turned around fast, nothing there. When I looked back at the screen, the shadow was gone. The viewer count jumped again, 92. Then a new line appeared in the chat. He saw it, and then, time to lock him in. That was enough. I ran to the door and yanked it open. But the hallway was different. The lights were off, pitch black. I stepped back and tried the phone on the nightstand. No dial tone. I pulled the cord from the wall. Nothing happened. Then the laptop lid creaked open on its own. The live stream was still going. Now the chat said, "Don't leave yet. He's almost ready. Wait for the knock." I looked at the door. I didn't want to, but I looked anyway. And that's when it came. 3 soft knocks, slow, precise. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't move, just stood there, staring at the door. 3 knocks, no voice, no footsteps, nothing. Who's there? I asked. Silence. I stepped closer and looked through the peephole, but I couldn't see anything. Someone had covered it from the other side. I tried opening the door again. It didn't budge. The chain lock was still off, but the knob wouldn't turn. It was like something was holding it shut. I pulled harder. Nothing. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. I was trapped back in the room. The laptop was still open. The live stream still running. Viewers 118, the chat was moving faster. He's panicking. Don't let him out. This is the best part. Watch the closet. I turned toward the closet. It was closed. But something felt wrong. The air around it felt heavier, like pressure pushing out from inside. I walked toward it slowly. Each step felt harder than the last. I reached for the handle, paused, opened it fast. Nothing, just my bag and a few hangers. Empty. I let out a breath. Then I noticed something. The wall behind the closet had marks, long scratches, like fingernails digging into the wood. They weren't there before. I backed away, went to the window, tried to open it, stuck. I banged on the glass. No one outside. No lights, just the parking lot and the flickering hotel sign. Hillview Inn. No help, no one coming. The phone buzzed again. Another message. Why are you trying to leave? I didn't reply. Another message popped up. He's not done watching you. I turned off the phone, yanked the battery out. Didn't matter. The screen stayed on for another 10 seconds, then finally died. I sat on the edge of the bed, breathing hard. I couldn't leave. I couldn't call anyone, and I wasn't alone. The mirror on the wall slowly creaked, opened by itself, just a few inches, enough to show the tunnel behind it. Again, I stood up and grabbed the chair, pushed it under the doorknob, blocked it as best I could. Then I went to the closet again, looked at the scratches. They were deeper now. I hadn't touched them, but they had grown, and above them, a new word had been etched into the wall. Stay. My laptop dinged. I turned. New message in the live stream chat. Good. He's listening now. Viewers 147. I didn't know what to do. The room was locked. The mirror tunnel was open. The laptop kept buzzing with messages. But then the screen changed. The live stream window paused. A new screen popped up. A video player. Replay. Room 103. Previous guest recording. Auto playback. I didn't click anything. The video started on its own. At first I thought it was me. The room looked the same. The bed, the mirror, the closet. But the person on the screen wasn't me. It was someone else. Young guy, maybe mid-20s. Same layout, same hotel room. He looked tired, nervous. He was pacing around, just like I had. Then he sat on the bed, looked straight at the camera. He didn't know it was there, just like I hadn't known. He rubbed his face, took out his phone, checked it. No signal. He talked to himself a little, whispered. Then he froze, turned toward the closet. There was no sound on the video, but I could tell he was hearing something. He got up, opened the closet, looked inside. Nothing then. Like me, he saw the scratches on the wall. He touched them. His lips moved. I read them clearly. What is this? The screen glitched, jumped forward. Now he was sitting on the floor, crying. The lights were off. Only the glow from the TV lit the room. He kept glancing toward the mirror. He knew by then something was wrong. The video skipped again. Now the guy was in bed. Lights out, eyes wide open. He looked terrified. Then something moved behind him, a shape, a blur in the dark. It crawled from the closet, slow, almost human. I leaned in close to the screen. The man on the bed never saw it, but I did. It got closer, then the screen went black. Another message popped up. Replay ended. My heart was racing. I sat back in the chair, staring at the laptop. The live stream came back. It was me again, same bed, same room. Chat messages started again. That one didn't last long. This one might be better. He already found The Mirror. Start part 2. The viewer count ticked up, 159. I felt cold, not like weather cold. Inside cold, like I was sinking. Then a new video popped up. Live archive, guest recordings there, with dozens of files. Room 103, different dates. Different people. Some looked calm. Some looked scared. One video just showed the room empty for hours. Then a loud scream. The screen shook. Then nothing. I backed away from the laptop, bumped into the nightstand. The lamp fell and hit the floor. The light went out. The room got darker. Then the closet door creaked opened just a little. 2 inches, like someone opened it. From the inside, the closet door was open, not all the way, just enough to notice. I hadn't touched it. I stared at the gap. Nothing moved. I picked up the fallen lamp and held it like a weapon. My hands were shaking. I walked toward the closet. "Hello." I whispered, no answer. I reached out, grabbed the edge of the door, and pulled it open, fast, empty. Just my bag. A couple hangers. The scratched up wall. But this time, something was new. There was a hole in the wall, a vent. Maybe it wasn't there before. I leaned in. It was dark inside. Too dark. Then I heard it breathing. Not mine. Slow, raspy breathing. Coming from deep inside the wall. I backed away fast. I wanted to run. I should have run, but something made me stay. The laptop dinged again. I looked back at it. A new message. "He's at the vent. Finally, say hi." Then a line that made my stomach twist. "We used to talk to the last one through that." Wall. The breathing got louder, closer. I grabbed the chair and pushed it against the closet door, wedged it shut, sat back down on the bed. I tried calling the front desk. Again no signal. Tried the door. Still stuck. I was locked in. Another message popped up on the laptop. "He's scared now. That's the best part. Watch the wall behind him." I turned, slowly. The wall by the bed. Just blank, beige wallpaper. But there was a bulge. Not big. Just enough to see the shape of something pressing outward. AHANDPRINT. Faint. Like someone was gently pushing from inside. Then it disappeared. I stood up, moved away from the wall, and I heard it. A low thump from inside the wall. Another one. Thump. Thump. Like someone crawling through the tight space between rooms. I ran to the mirror again. Swung it open. The crawl space behind it was pitch black. But now there were sounds cables being pulled. Nails scraping. Something slithering. Then a new voice whispered from inside the tunnel. "You're part of it now." I slammed the mirror shut. Stepped back. Then the TV turned on again. Not static. This time, a video. Feed. My room. Live. Same angle as before. But now there was something new in the frame. A second figure standing in the corner behind me, just barely visible in the dark. Spun around. Nothing there. Back to the screen gone. Then the closet door creaked. Open again. The chair I had pushed against it was now across the room. I hadn't moved it. The closet was wide open, and the hole in the wall. Bigger. I could see deeper inside now. A shadow moved across the back. I didn't wait. I grabbed my bag and ran to the door. Turned the knob, yanked, pulled. Still locked, still stuck. Another knock. This time, it came from inside the closet. Slow, 3 times, then silence. I stood frozen, staring at the closet. 3 knocks. From inside the wall, I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I backed into the far corner of the room, gripping my bag like it could protect me. The laptop pinged again. I didn't want to look, but I did. A new message in the live stream chat. He's close, almost over. Run or join. Those are the rules. My throat was dry. My legs felt like they didn't belong to me. I walked to the door and pounded on it with both fists. Help, someone please. Open the door, no one answered. I turned to the window. I didn't care anymore. I was ready to break it. I grabbed the chair and slammed it into the glass. Once, twice, nothing. The glass didn't even crack, like it wasn't real, like it was just part of the room. Not a way out. Behind me, the TV buzzed again. A voice came from the speakers. Calm, cold. Please return to the center of the room. I spun around. No, I said. I'm not playing your game. But the voice came again. Please return to the center of the room. Then, we are not asking. The light bulb above me popped. Sparks flew. The lamp went out. Only the screen lit the room now. The figure in the live stream was still me, still sitting on the bed, but something else stood behind me. A shape, tall, thin, wrong. Its face was just black, like a hole in space. The chat exploded. He sees it now. It's in, too late. I ran to the bathroom and locked the door behind me. I sat on the floor, shaking. Then I remembered the mirror, the crawl space. Maybe I could fit through it. Maybe I could get out. I stood up and opened the mirror again. The tunnel was there, still dark, still wired with old cables and blinking lights. I didn't think, I just crawled in. The space was tight. The air was thick and hot. I kept my flashlight pointed ahead. It smelled like dust and mold, and something else, something rotten. I crawled, fast, knees scraping metal and wood. Behind me, I heard a sound, someone else crawling in after me. No talking, just movement. Fast, I reached a fork-one tunnel, led right. The other down a narrow shaft with a ladder. I took the ladder, I climbed down. 5, maybe 6 rungs. Then the flashlight flickered and died. Pitch black. I felt something brush my leg, then a whisper in my ear. Wrong way. I screamed and slipped. Fell the last few feet, hit the ground hard. I opened my eyes. I was back in the hotel room. 103. Exactly the same dot. Same bed, same closet, same mirror, same red blinking light above me. But something was different. The laptop was gone, so was my phone, and the door. Gone, just smooth wall now. No handle, no escape, and in the corner of the room a new camera. Already recording, I stood there, staring at the wall where the door used to be. It was gone, no knob, no frame, just solid wallpaper, smooth and unbroken. My heart was pounding. I turned in circles, hoping I was seeing things wrong. Maybe I hit my head in the tunnel. Maybe I was dreaming. But no, it was the same room, room 103. Except now, it didn't want me to leave, in the far corner. A new camera blinked. Red light dot, recording, just like before. The bed was made again. The painting was back on the wall. Even the broken lamp was standing upright, fixed like nothing had ever happened. Everything was reset, but I wasn't. I backed into the corner and slid down to the floor. Something clicked behind the wall. Then the TV came on by itself. No fuzz this time, just a clear image. It was me sitting in the room. Live at the top of the screen. Room 103, new feed viewers. 1 viewer, then 2, then 6, then 20. The number kept climbing. I watched the chat open up. He's back. This one lasted longer. Let's see what he does. I shouted at the screen. What do you want from me? Another message appeared instantly. Entertainment. Keep the camera on him. No skips this time. I walked to the wall and started punching it. I didn't care anymore. I screamed. I yelled. I kicked the closet door until it broke. Off the hinge. Nothing helped. The wall didn't crack. The room didn't care. The chat continued. This part is always the best. Watch his face when he realizes he's almost broken. The red light on the camera blinked faster. I yanked the mirror. Open again. The crawl space was gone. Just a solid wall. No tunnel, no exit. They'd sealed it. I turned back to the screen. My own face stared at me, eyes wide, mouth open, lost. Then a new message popped up. Different from the rest. It wasn't from the watchers. It was from someone else, a user with no name, just a blank icon. Their message was simple. There's always someone watching. Even when the feed ends. The screen flickered, then went black. I waited. 1 second, 2:10, then it turned back on now. The video showed a new person, sitting in the same room, same bed, room 103. He looked confused, tired, just like I had been. The stream title read, Room 103 live viewers. 3, then 5, then 10. The chat came alive again. He's awake. He'll see the camera soon. Let's start the loop. And me. I wasn't there anymore. I wasn't in the feed. I wasn't in the room. But I was. Still watching. Somehow, I was part of it now. And no matter how far I feel from that place, I know I'll never really leave, because the feed never ends. Not really so. If you're watching this, I guess that means the feed's still running. Room 103, Hillview Inn. You can search for it. I did too. You won't find it on a map. Not anymore. But sometimes people check in. And when they do, the stream turns back on. Different face. Same room. Same game. They always think they're alone. They're not, and maybe you're not either. Look around. Check your smoke detector. Look behind the mirror. And whatever you do, don't answer the knock.